Alrighty, hello everybody. How are we doing today? Hope you're ready for some more Anbennar, Equestria at War crossover, where we're playing as Celestalia, and we are very strong, and we're doing pretty good. And I think we're only going to get stronger from here. Our nation is actually cracked, very good. But before we do that, we are going to go over a Tinto Talk. Don't worry, non-Tinto Talk enjoyers. Okay, it's very short today. It is. I forgot to turn the saturation. I had it up all stream yesterday. Very short Tinto Talk today. Just going over the rest of the changes that they've made based on feedback that didn't fit into the first 3 of those Tinto Talks. Also, my hair is a disaster today. It's uncontrollable. Out of whack. Don't worry about it. All right. It's gonna be crazy. Roads yearn for shorter yaps since stream starts at 9 p.m. again. Well, that's fair. But most of the time, we're going to just yap as long as I want to yap. Hello, Telonius. Sirinau? I hope I said your name right. If not, please correct me. Duker's mom, hello. Moffleet. Redfurs, hello. Hope you're all doing well today. How many kittings will you sell for the Switch 2? I don't even know how much it costs. I know that they made the announcement. I haven't even looked. Close enough? We'll take it. How much is Switch 2 going to cost? $450. I'm going to sell exactly 0 kidneys, and I'm simply not going to buy it. I will simply not buy it. I don't have any games that I desperately want to play on it. I know that A to Z or Z to A, Pokemon Z to A is going to be on Switch 2 and it's going to be on Switch 1. So if I really want to play it, I'll probably just play it on the 1 since I already own that. Plus, I can't be convinced that the performance will really be that much better on the 2. Maybe if I see that it's significantly better, I would consider it, but if I just had to take a random guess, it's probably not going to be that much better. It's just going to be like, you know, the next version of the iPhone. It sounds like I don't need to spend that money if I don't have to, right? If I'm only going to buy it for one game and I can simply play that game on something I already own, that's probably the better financial choice. What is happening? Truly a hair day. One of the hair days of all time. That works. Very poofed up. Pokemon AZ versus Metroid at 1080, 120 FPS. Have I considered going bald? No. Never considered it. I like my hair, even when it is crazy. It shaves on shampoo. I'd rather keep buying the shit. Much. I think that's a worthy investment. I quite enjoy the hair, even if it can be chaotic at times. Very chaotic at times. You'll probably get it at some point. You unfortunately love Donkey Kong and Kirby, so Nintendo showed me things I want. Those bastards. How dare they? How dare they? Not so much of the Mario Party camera functions. What about them? Do they not work well? Do they work well? Are they interesting? Are they toxic? Does it make it hard to focus? Why is it always this side of my hair? It's always messed up. This side's fine. They're so goofy. Goofy. Mario Kart. Switch to camera. Oh, it puts you into the game. Oh my. Is that what you're talking about? Just a bad idea. I'll say it. That's just dumb. No, man. I don't know. Oh. The golden rule of Mario Party, everybody loses. The camera just enhances that, I guess. There's a day chat, Anbennar dev diaries for the Yap. Yeah, but it's a super short dev diary, so I don't think it'll take more than 10 minutes to get through. Like, I think it goes over 3 or 4 things, and then that'll be that, and then we'll get to gaming. I would die before I let Mario put my face in his games. And I thought that Nintendo was like big on, like, after Picto Chat, they don't really like people connecting in their games necessarily. Like, they like, you know, like Smash Bros, right? Like, your character could interact with another character, but they didn't like you interacting with another person. I guess maybe they've switched on that. They're like, yeah, it'll be great. They basically have Discord now, but on the Switch from Nintendo, with no chance of it going public like Discord is planning. You have to pay for it. Is that part of the online subscription, or is it just a different thing in addition to an online subscription? Probably different if I. Favorite part is when they said that their tech demo thing for Switch 2 features is paid. Everything's paid. You can't just buy the $450 product and get things, guys. I don't know what to tell you. You're being greedy right now. You're being greedy. Hold on, I'm gonna go brush my hair. It's part of Switch Online. Any USB-C camera will do. They just sell one if they sell the micro SD cards. I see. Nintendo wants arcade cabinets with quarters back. Interesting. Interesting theory you've got there. I don't know, but yeah, I don't plan on getting a Switch 2 anytime soon. I just don't. Reason to. For me. If they could charge for each respawn in Mario, they would. They probably would. They probably would. That's true. I don't think they want you to do that, Muff. Something tells me that's not what they're actually asking you to do. Believe it or not. The mouse stuff is, you know, can you connect a mouse to your Switch now? Or Switch 2, I guess. I hope Stellaris comes to it with full support. My guy. My guy. Computers can barely run Stellaris into the late game. What do you... I think it'd melt a poor Switch. Stellaris is on console? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I feel like Switches are not that great for performance-wise. But maybe that's just the games that I played on Switch. Not actually the Switch itself. Civ 7 has mouse support on Switch. Well, that's because that's the only correct way to play Civ is with a mouse. I couldn't imagine using a controller. That's crazy stuff. That's just crazy. There's too many things to click in Civ. I feel like if you weren't using a mouse, I'm not sure what you'd doing. Lots of menu flicking, I think. There's enough of that already. Game Freak couldn't optimize their way out of a cardboard box. That's probably true. From what I have seen. Yeah. When will NASA let us hook up their setup to play Stellaris? Think of the engagement into space stuff that could bring. True. When is the NASA Paradox collaboration? Pretty good. It wouldn't, but I would like that personally. I would like to see a 20,000 star galaxy and see someone play through that. That could be cool. You have to make some changes to Stellaris though, because I feel like you'd either have to significantly reduce the tech and like tech research rate and population growth. Otherwise, 20,000 stars doesn't really do anything. That's kind of the problem with just making bigger Stellaris maps, is you only really interact with maybe 500 stars, and the rest of them are just there for vibes. They're just to like add people to the galactic community and like to give you vibes about what's going on in the universe. You don't really do much with it, but maybe that's just me, right? When I go, yes, I'm making, 15,000 alloys a month. I don't need to go conquer those planets. I have enough. I'm good. It's just kind of more effort than it's worth to go conquer now. You mean their food? Well, we don't all play Devouring Swarms, okay? Make you hate when the disaster spawns on one part of the galaxy. That's also a good point. The larger the galaxy, the less likely you are to interact with a crisis of some kind. Or the crisis will just get so strong that you're like, well, it's just not worth the effort to take them out. it just kind of be how it be. You will join the hive mind? Not if you're a devouring swarm, then you just eat me. And that's not nice. Official Poemu decree. Eating people, not very nice. Not good. I like someone who doesn't enjoy having 20 sub-stellar system crafts. Still haven't gotten to one because the game slows down too much by the time I get there. But I got through like the first 2 steps of building one. Pretty good. Noel's in shambles, true. Can't enslave people anymore. Can't eat people anymore. Can't sacrifice people to demons anymore. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What is the point of you waking up? Cancel culture has truly gone too far. The Knowles can't do Knoll things anymore. What is up with that? Literally 1984. 19 Knoll-4? It's okay. It's not my best, I'll admit. It's not the greatest I've made, but I think it gets the job done. Ooh, also, I got the part 2 Segdeer to go public. I didn't realize that I hadn't made that one public. My bad. I just need to upload part 3. And then once that's done, then I can get the Celestalia VOD up as well. So I'm hoping to have that done by tomorrow. But we are doing M5S tonight, so I probably won't be able to start uploading until later, but that's probably enough time. But this VOD might not be up tomorrow. It might be the day after. Do not fear. I will not start Final Fantasy yapping for non-Final Fantasy enjoy. We will leave that as all the Final Fantasy. Have fun hitting the groovy beat. That's the goal. Going in blind for at least one lockout. All right. Let's take a look at this Tinto Talk. Yes? Boom. Welcome to another Tinto Talk. Today we'll go through the rest of the major changes that have been made in the last year in the project, many due to your direct feedback. New country type. As was heavily requested, we have added the Navy-based countries, and you will find out more in detail how they work and how you can play them when we talk about the Pirates Nation. Okay, interesting. Ages matter more. One thing we wanted to do was to make each age feel more unique and different to play, while also adding interesting choices. First of all, we changed the start of the Age of Renaissance to occur 5 years later, so that you get more of a feel of what you want to do before making decisions on what bonus advances you want. Secondly, we went through how our buildings unlock and made it so that guilds are unlocked in the Age of Transition, or Traditions, Age of Renaissance, and Age of Renaissance. The workshops during the Age of Reformation, the manufactories during the Age of Absolutism, and the mills in the Age of Revolutions. Typo spotted. 1444. Each new category for a building increases productivity and capacity, and when you get the mills, you will employ laborers instead of burghers. Interesting. As mentioned before, we unlock hegemons through the Age of Discovery and the absolutism versus liberalism societal value in the Age of Absolutism. After testing, we moved the outward versus inward societal value to be unlocked when the Age of Discovery starts, and the mercantilism versus free trade societal value to the Age of Reformation. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I suppose that makes sense. Age of Discovery. This age gives access to the Espionage Act, okay, blah, 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 all these different acts and stuff. Prices in markets have a range from 40% to 250% of base price of a goods. The following institutions become available: New World, Printing Press, Pike, and Shot. For all countries when active, 0.25 monthly exploration progress, plus 200% expected army size, plus 25% levy maintenance, minus 25% colonial maintenance, unlocked hegemon and outward versus inwards. Now, is expected army size for the court stuff? Because there's no force limit. At least that's what we were told beforehand. I'm assuming this is something to do with like your court power. So I remember like there's certain expectations that your court, like you spend so much money on it, and I would assume army probably. Each age also has some unique bonuses which are active during the entire age, changing how the age is played a bit. They also have different values for how much levies cost and the size of an expected army. Okay. The Age of Renaissance gives higher cultural tradition and an increased diplomatic capacity, so as to emphasize cultural progress and to encourage a reliance on subjects. The Age of Discovery gives cheaper colonial charters and faster exploration, as one would expect. The Age of Reformation gives lower trade maintenance and faster religious conversions. Age of Absolutism allows you to integrate subjects faster, and revoking privileges from the estates is far cheaper. The Age of Revolutions reduces the war score cost, but also reduces the loyalty of subjects. Okay. Eyes hurt. I guess it all makes sense. I like that there's an encouragement for relying on subjects early on. Lower trade maintenance is interesting. The Age of Reformation seems good to me. Colonizing changes. First of all, we removed the concept of failing with explorations, as it was a source of endless frustration and rage quits among our internal testers. That sounds like a skill issue. Anything that affected the chance of failure of an expedition now impacts the staging time of the exploration expedition. Speaking of staging, now when you start a colonial charter, you need to select an origin province where they will send pops from. To hook this into the economy part of the game better, it will also require goods to be able to ship colonists. The current origin location gets a small boost to increasing prosperity and development while the colonial charter is active. Colonial charter targets now prioritize where there is a lower population, where you have foreign buildings and natural harbor suitability. Okay. So we're back to choosing where we send people from. Are they going to back off this one too? Could we expect this to change in the near future? Because this is the way it used to work in EU4. You could expel minorities and essentially culture convert and religiously convert provinces to do this when you send them over to the New World. So I mean, maybe they'll keep it around though. Market creation. A big problem when you had a country at the edge of a market was the fact that you had low market access, and thus a weaker economy, and creating a new market was prohibitively expensive. A simple but rather elegant solution was to scale the cost of creating a new market by the market access the location currently has. This also has the added benefit of making it easy and cheap to set up a new market for your colonial subject. Okay, that sounds good. I think most people are going to want to try to have their own market. Any decent sized country is going to want their own market, I would assume. So it is good that, you know, if you're stuck in between 3 different markets in your, you know, like Poland, you could create your own market and you're not like penalized for it. Liberate slaves peace treaty. Another thing requested was to force a country to release all pops they had enslaved from you. If, let's say, they raid your coast for slaves and you send the Marines to, let's say, the shores of Tripoli, you can then force them to sign a peace treaty to return all your slaves. And they come back free, right? Surely? Culture. Some of you requested a more dynamic way to handle cultures. We added 2 new cabinet actions, which each currently take about 10 years to complete. Unify Culture Group. If you are an empire and the dominant country of your primary culture, the Unify Culture Group cabinet action can be used on a culture group belonging to your primary culture that has no other countries with that culture group. Upon completion, your primary culture will change to a brand new culture. Pops in your country of the same culture group and language will also change to this culture. This can only be done once. I don't know how I feel about that one. Like, I get what it's going for, right? Like nationalism, creating one like unique identity. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure it makes all that much sense, and I should most certainly take more than 10 years. I don't know. Because it feels like, I guess it depends on when it unlocks too. Like, if it only unlocks in the Age of Revolutions, then it's not as bad. But like, yeah, if I'm an empire early on, like let's say I play the Ottomans, right? And I go and I annex everybody in my culture group. I could just turn everybody to my culture in 10 years, and like there's nothing anyone can do about it. Like, at all. Feels a little, it feels very gamey, I'll say that. This feels very gamey in a game that has so far been more focused on not being too gamey. This to me feels like people complained that like they couldn't accept all cultures everywhere all the time, and this would make you much stronger. I don't know, maybe it's just me though. Scots are fuming. Yeah, so it's like, can Great Britain in like 1580 just erase Scottish culture? Like, is that how that works? Because that would feel pretty stupid considering Scottish culture still exists to this day. Right? Like, it's a like they're still there right now. The Scottish and English culture group? I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe they're not. Just some nice mass re-education camps. That is kind of what it feels like. I don't know. 10 years to switch all different cultures to one culture, which would make you insanely strong, feels like it belongs in Civ, so I don't like it. Something that happened, of course, over a longer time frame. Right. I would rather see it like actually happen over time, and not something that you can directly interact with through a cabinet action, right? I just think it should take a very long time to do it. Victoria 2 mod says something like this for France, but it's fine, just assimilated your own pops, not everyone's. Well, I mean, that's what this does too. It's all pops in your country, the same culture group and language will also share this culture, but like it allows you to culture convert, you know, like an entire culture group 10 years. That's, I mean, why would you not do that? Right? Like, why would you ever not want to do that? Ever. Like, it's very strong. and not something that makes sense for like the vast majority of the game, but maybe it's time gated. Form new culture. If you're a kingdom or empire and not the dominant country of your primary culture, you could break away from it and form a new culture. They're clearly different from the Swedes. A new Dalarna culture will be formed in 9 years. Again, I mean, I kind of had the same problem with this. Like, why are you creating a new culture in 10 years? That doesn't make any sense. Either CK3, yeah. I guess that's a good way to put it. Is it does feel like the CK3 conversions, which I always put to very long because it's stupid to watch the map go from being like religiously and culturally diverse and then 10, 20 years later, it's not. Like, everything is just converted. It's something people requested. I think they're wrong. I haven't even played the game. I think they're wrong. I think that's crazy. I think that that's a CK3 thing, and it's one of the worst parts about CK3. It should take time. It should be something the player doesn't have direct control over. And I know that a lot of people might not like that. Like, they want to have absolute control over their strategy game, but I think it actually lessens the game. Like anything that takes skill. If you think clicking one button and waiting 10 years is skill based, I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell you. Provide some value for the country, like liberalism versus absolutism. Spain didn't culture convert the Catalans. France didn't convert the different cultures into the French one. There's some drawbacks too. Yeah, but part of the reason that, say, Spain didn't convert the Catalans is because they didn't want to be converted. Right? Here, they don't have a choice. The player goes, yes, you will now be a different culture. And within 10 years, everybody's like, yeah, that's fine. I'm down for that. Like, it'll be fine. And like, it just, I don't like these. I don't like these. I hope that I can just click the disable button so I never have to see them. This is probably the worst thing they've added so far. Bad taste. Bad taste. Every country that didn't collapse did convert their populations into a more homogenized version. Nobody wants to be Austria-Hungary. Austria-Hungary didn't fail because they didn't homogenize. Austria-Hungary failed because they refused to stop oppressing people. It wasn't that they had a diverse group of people. It's that they specifically created them to be an underclass. That's why. If you have something like that, like this, could be a series of events or something that ends up deciding if you succeed or based on how you react. I don't think it should be a role either. The way that I think of culture, and really to a religion, to another extent, in strategy games, is that it should be hard to directly interact with, right? Like, you shouldn't just be able to convert with the click of a button, like an EU. That don't make no sense to me. I think it should be something that takes time. I think if you have certain policies in your country that could help with conversion time, let's say that you wanted to do the Inquisition, well, that will give you conversions, but it also comes at the cost of people dying. Right? Or people leaving, to get out of that. The whole idea that you should be able to click a button and change a culture, to me, is just stupid. I want all the knobs to be turnable. See, and I don't need this knob to be turnable. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just complaining for no reason. You cannot turn the knob. True. You cannot turn the knob. But it's just, I don't know. I see this as it turns alarm bells in my head about what might be added in the future. When if Unify creates a new culture, we have to wait for it to spread. I mean, it's better. It's better, but still, I don't know. I would rather it be kind of more abstract on how you interact with it. All right, satisfaction. Keeping your pops in a state satisfied is a key part of the core gameplay of Project Caesar. The balance here has been tweaked countless times over the years of development, and currently each privilege or other source of satisfaction gives small values, so it's harder to get all states perfectly happy all the time as a player. One other thing we made is that when you build buildings in lower control areas, the pops that belong to the estates these buildings employ get a small boost to satisfaction, inversely related to the current control. This makes it possible to target some infrastructure development to keep the populace happy in less central parts of your realm. If you so wish, you can also use a cabinet action targeting a specific rebel to stop their progress and even make it go backward. And fair enough. Decentralization gets minus 0.05. Cracking down on rebels, minus 0.49. Power of support, minus 0.06. Nationalism, 0.12%. From 16.87 ducats due to lack of control, 0.1%. This is the last of the Tinto Talks that Johan will write for a while. Hand off to Pavia for the near future as we focus on flavor mechanics. He'll start next week by talking about Voltaire's nightmare, the Holy Roman Empire. The holiest and Romanist and empirist of all time. People happy if you build them roads. Wild concept. Imagine. Assume this is designed to simulate something like what happened in France, making the rest of the oil, I don't know, groups unify and standardize, whereas the Dioc groups remain separate. I guess, yeah. I think if I'm understanding the groups that you're identifying. But did take 10 years. Did take 10 years. Regarding the Conquistador feature and colonial changes, have any thoughts been given to expand it to more uses? Makes perfect sense. Others may eventually get similar mechanics, but for now, it's a good Iberia-only mechanic. One thing we wanted to do was to make each age feel more unique, different play, while also adding the I think there's something missing. Wait, what? Oh, it was just a... I forgot to out. What is expected army size? It's the army your country is kind of expected to have. There are drawbacks to not being close to it. Okay, so you don't have a force limit. You just have force minimum, which I suppose is fine. Not a big deal. But I don't remember them talking about this before. I guess that's why it's in this part. Unified culture group. Pops in your country of the same culture group and language will also change this culture. This can only be done once. Could you expand on the reasoning of this action? What is it intended to simulate, and why can it only be done once? Is that once per game? Unified culture group represents the historical French or Russian state-led cultural centralizations. It can only be done once to prevent countries from using the action every time they acquire a new location. So I guess it's a yes. It is like the French stuff. If you are playing as England to control the British Isles, will using Unified Culture Group merge English and Scottish into British, but Welsh and Irish? Welsh doesn't use the English language, and Irish isn't part of the British Culture Group. There's someone here that isn't mentioned. Someone here is not mentioned. Name checks out, though. Rule Britannia. They just want to check for their first game. What's the reason for this? Logically, as the lock loses population, it'd be more logical for it to lose prosperity and development rather than boost it, wouldn't it? Game balance. And also, if you have a ported location, gathering people going somewhere, that would provide more work and prosperity. Does age matter for antagonism? I feel like nations in different ages are antagonized by different values. At the Renaissance, they are antagonized by religion, but at absolutism, culture is a much stronger factor. Social values might start also matter much more to the end game. Everyone's antagonized by the Revolutionary Republic. Easily adaptable to work that way, yes. That sounds good. Will ages give same modifiers to the entire world? Yes. I don't want to be rude, but this is seriously getting ridiculous. Just announced EU5 already. Announce the what? Does creating the new culture move all pops to the new culture or just the primary ones? Does the new culture stay a part of the old culture group? The new culture has the culture groups and language of the original primary culture. Yeah, okay. So it just get converted over to the new culture group, but you're still, or new culture, but you're in the same culture group. This looks awesome. Are the breakaway cultures predefined or dynamic? They're dynamic. Does the Age of Revolutions make rebellions more likely to trigger? In theory, yes. Is there a game setting that makes it so only historical new cultures can be formed? Fear the AI making a lot of new cultures with really stupid names. I wonder why they would think that. Surely there's not another game where that exact thing happened. Surely not. No, but it's a good idea. We could do something like we did with Horribles. Do you think the people will tear down the infrastructure before they leave? I think it's safe to assume that the increased development growth represents the economic activity and buildup of infrastructure that comes with hosting people from their county voyage. Okay, they're still talking about the other thing. How the name of the new culture is going to be generated. A bit worried about culture name gore. Anyways, absolutely love the mechanic and all you can say. Currently, unified culture groups are simply named after the culture group. Diverged new cultures are named after the country that forms them. Right? You've introduced a mechanic that basically magically will stop any rebellions by putting a count number to it. Does it target all rebellions or a certain province? You rebel the target. I mean, I think it's fine. Like, you're stopping one rebellion from rising up. Does no other country with a culture group mean no provinces outside your control with that culture, or no countries with the primary culture in that culture group, or no country with a ruler in that culture group? Primary culture only. Pops as minorities don't matter. Yeah. So it's just based on, if you are, Russian culture and there's another nation that's also Russian culture, then you can't click the button because there's someone else that has it. Does that mean that German can't unify as long as, say, the Livonian order still exists and technically has German as a primary culture, even if they have no German majority provinces? Yes, the idea is that it's a powerful endgame action that you will work towards over centuries, not something you can do willy-nilly. I guess. But it is still kind of willy-nilly. Like, you do just kind of click the button at the end of it. Sounds like an excuse to put the burden of the HRE on poor Pavia. Making the map was a burden. Talking about the content will be fun. Right. Well, that is the Tinto Talk for today. Bro is still yapping. We just got through the Tinto Talk. I don't know what to tell you. When assume paradox games assume a concept of progressive linear history ahead of time and whatnot. So from the player standpoint, the whole goal is to speed up the process or do something different entirely. Not defending the design decision, trying to clarify the rationale. Hopefully they implement it. That would also implement the repressive parts of the process, but this I doubt. Yeah, that is a good part, or a good way to put it. You're yapping? Celestia needs us and you're yapping? I don't think she does. I think she's like super powerful, right? What does she need? When was this added? I think it's just, maybe I added it. I think I did. Needs you to press the study button. I guess that's true. The hooves can't press buttons too good. Makes it difficult. So she can go home and oppress bats again? Why would you want to oppress bats? What if bats ever? Are they not just little guys? The little guys that hang out sometimes? Never thought about oppressing a bat. Bat ponies are oppressed in Equestria. Dog. Yeah. You know what? I'll take that as truth. Sure. They're bat ponies, and they made the mistake of simping for her sister instead. Yep. All right. For sure. Also, this is what the loading screen looks like right now for Anbennar. which is why I didn't have it up yesterday. It kind of, you know, kind of tells you what's going on. These are the things you learn from playing Pony War Crime Simulator. And apparently from chat. Chat's full of all kinds of knowledge. Some of it doesn't need to be said. Mind if I post a stream in the social feed? That's fine, yeah. Oh, I should probably switch over my category, huh? Or I forgot. All right, remember everybody, one goal only. Friendship. That's it. Through the power of friendship, we will conquer people. For friends, though. It's for friendship. Don't worry about it. It's for friendship, okay? We'll spread friendship and peace by force. That's right. Will they complain? Will their children complain when they live peaceful, prosperous lives at the cost of a few thousand lives now? Perhaps not. Gnolls understand what true friendship means. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. Remember, our next big goal right now is to convert 200 provinces in Bulwar to our religion. And then we automatically inherit every new Sun Cult nation in Bulwar. So we're kind of conquering in a weird direction to get up towards the northwest part of Bulwar, where they're not new Sun Cult. That way we can annex them for free. Boom. Boom. The last mission alone means you're unifying Bulwar with less bloodshed than probably anyone else. Is that what that means? Or does it just mean I'm going to farm them for money? And everybody dies so that way I can have more money? Could be either one. Who knows? Alrighty, so Celestalia. We are back at it, every pony. We need to upgrade this bad boy right here, the Queen's Throne. It needs to be level 1. We need to convert it, and then we can actually upgrade it. Will be rather nice. Now, it's not like a huge deal, but I would like to do it sooner rather than later. They also want us to go down into this area and get Damascus, who is our friendship state, more land. We need to give them all of their claims, and then we need to release Naleni as a vassal. And when we do that, I believe they will become our friendship state as well. That would be my assumption. But yeah, we got to get all that taken. And then they're going to want us to keep going, obviously. If we're getting rid of the slavers, we can't exactly keep Vendifa around, right? I'm pretty sure they're pretty involved in the slave trade. They are unfortunately allied to the Raj, who is somewhat weak right now. I don't know if I can do all 6 to take the Raj's capital, but that's all right. Aggressor expansion-wise, Bulwar hates us. Rahin somewhat hates us, but I think it should be fine in the long run. So improving relations with Buvauri. Well, I can't improve relations because I do need to take that province off of them. We might want to do that sooner rather than later, just to get it done and over with. Right now, though, we have lots of rebels. We are 128% overextended, so we're gonna relax a little bit. Not too much, but a little bit. As we let all of this core. I have claims on Azka Evren. And I mean, we are going to go to war with them. I need to annex Akit Bahar. And I know that their new Sun Cults would be nice if I didn't have to. I guess technically speaking, I don't. But I do have to fight off the Tungur anyways. So I think I was just going to co-belligerize all of them was my goal. and then we just go and we beat them up and we take all their stuff. And by all their stuff, I mean Obdaltungar and Krathanor. We annex. Now, I don't think we'll be able to actually annex all of Krathanor, just because we can see all of Canor. But we do need to build a spy network up on them at the very least. So that way I can steal maps of the Divin Hall so I can take stuff. Yeah. So that's the goal. But right now, we need to deal with rebels. That's what we are going to do. Rebels, rebels, rebels. There are lots and lots of rebels. 40,000 rebels have risen up in our capital. These 22,000 back here. We are studying magic. I think we need to get legendary and everything. Wow. Everything but necromancy, I would assume, is the way it was kind of looking. We need to stay focused on divination, enchantment, and abjuration. Wait, was it enchantment? No, conjuration. Divination, conjuration, and abjuration are the three that we need to stay focused on. But we did get a level in evocation and transmutation, so that makes me think that we might want to go after those as well. We'll see, though. Should I be legendary necromancer for bringing Jad's kid back to life? That's true. Did do that. That is a canon event. The rebels got a wall breach on my capital, but we can only dream of such things. There goes 8,000 manpower. These troops down here in the south are mercs, so I'm not too concerned about them. Damn! Who knew going so overextended would have negative consequences? Who would have thunk? Who would? Okay, well now you're just being dramatic. Asgavern has revoked their access. Hey, can you relax? It's only 128. Damn, we gotta take religious ideas or something. Well, we could go tolerance. We have a lot of religious conversion already. But tolerance to the true faith would be pretty huge. What do you mean I have peasants that rise up now? These mercs are out of manpower now. Oh, right. I lowered autonomy everywhere. You're so right. You're so right. I forgot about that. Adios, Elintiri, Bozo. Right, you're right, you're right. I forgot that I mega lowered autonomy in literally every province I own. So rebels are a bit upset. And I guess that's valid. I guess. I'll give it to him this time. Sawney separatists. So pushing your luck though, Rebel. Bring you back up here. Eklu Zagnu has been converted. Wow. Let's see, okay. They have done that. Now, right now, we're focusing on converting our own provinces, and then we'll start to convert our subjects. But I'm actually going to take... Oh, I guess not. I'm going to say I want to convert this, but I can't do that at the moment. Due to the fact that I just can't do that at the moment. Ayar Hashar takes advantage of the fact that Avuyabaya was weakened and annexes them. I thought that was Clouded Eye for a second. I was like, what? How is Ayar Hashar allied to Clouded Eye? That doesn't make any sense. That's not how that works. Would be quite the alliance, though. Unexpected. Lowering autonomy always seems like a trap. No, it's worth it. It's worth it. As long as it's like an accepted culture, which most of our stuff is. And like it's your religion. If it's stated stuff, you should just lower it. Better to have low autonomy and spend some manpower on rebels. I'm gonna sell seas. I gotta keep this money. Yeah, it is better if you don't have to do it, for sure. But if you do have to do it, well, you just do it. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. Conquest against Bulwar, huh? I don't need to conquest Bulwar. Because I also annex people that are my religion, right? Yep. Yep. Blue tag is kind of going off. IR Hashar? Yeah. I know. Ooh. Azka Everin just ate a bunch of Earlium. I mean, it doesn't really matter. They have 5,000 troops. And I'm going to get to annex them, so... Like, they can pop off all they want. It doesn't make too big of a difference. Funny. Not too often you see that pop up. Inzerdu. They want to hand me a 12 development glass province. Is my religion. No. Thank you, though. I have no reason to take that at all. I'm gonna get it for free. Dude. Conversion. Just cancel this. Start converting here. 11 months. Then we can upgrade that. The draw of Azkasur. At best, a vassal patron relationship is a mutually beneficial affair where both parties can make further gains than would otherwise be possible. Under the firm hand of Celestia, many of the countries enjoying our protection have thrived. One of many benefits this brings us is that young princes and other notables from subject countries consider Celestalia a good place, or Celestalia, a good place to forge a career. I can get cheaper advisors or an 80 tradition general. Well, I need the missionary strength guy. But give me a level 3 statesman, though. That's 50% cheaper. Can I even afford that at the moment? Technically, yes. I can. I should not take these ideas. I should, actually. I should take one of them. And I think I'd rather take the admin one than the offensive one. Because I would rather make sure that I get Miltech 8 on time. You know what? Give me that admiral. Or, general. 4361. I mean, it's not great. We have Vahari Vinzuir and Vahari Trizuir. Close. Very close. All right, promote culture cost. There we go. That completes our second national idea, honesty. Honesty is the first element of harmony, teaching us the value of being truthful to our friends. No lie can remain hidden forever, and a truly honest soul will find convincing others what they say is true to be far easier than one who tries to manipulate. There is no need for deception here, only integrity. We all believe in Celestia, and that is the honest truth. +1 missionaries, +3% missionary strength. We just want to convert as much as we possibly can. Okay, this is good now. We don't really have any manpower. And the mercs that we have are not particularly good because they are also out of manpower. But I need them to deal with these particularists first. Then I probably fire them. Yeah. I'd probably fire him. They don't really do anything for me. They have no manpower. Now, how much would it be to hire a new merc stack? 632? Is it honestly not that bad? It does cost 14 ducats a month. How much am I paying for our current mercs? 10.31, so we'd be another 4 ducats down. Obviously not preferable, but don't really have manpower either way. Damn, I forgot about the whole island thing. Go ahead and build 10 transports. That'll help with that. I don't think those guys are going to move either. We're going to have to go land there to deal with them. Evrani Zanjapi Samartal Investigation War. Right, the Samartal Ball is happening right now. Well, it did happen, I should say. Right now, we can spend the money to start upgrading the Queen's Throne. And who knows, this might create a center of reformation, so... might be worth it to spend more money to get it boosted, but we'll see. Benail, the birthplace of the god fragment, is too early for that. It's too early for cube shit. All right, get that cube out of here. We're gonna go speed 5 here for a moment. I'm gonna build a spy network on Abdel Tunger. I'm going to steal the maps of the Divenhall Sea from Krathanor. Deal with these, and then well, then I think we just go to war. To be honest. Any reason why I'd wait at this point. Once we can hire the mercs, then we'll be pretty set. Deep shit's early now? Well, I know, but it's still a little early right there. Oh, Everthil's gonna kill Elisna? Funny. Abdel Tunger is gonna kill Mountain Hugger. They might make it to where I can't annex them, which would be very sad. We'll see, though. Ooh, increase influence of Celestia worship. We get morale of armies now. It's not going to matter because we're going to annex most of these tags. But let's do the landing first. Since I don't have any combat ships, I want to hide them in Brisson. Gotta make sure that they're not busy during the war. As you in Brisson. Everthil does in fact take the island of Elisna. Shout out to them. Would gladly take that stability. 3 stability sounds wonderful, fantastic, great. I want to exploit some tax dev. Not an Ascasur though. There. Now I can hire the independent army. Let's put them in Bulwar. That's fine. Alright, you know, maybe they won't join. They will. They're very interested in joining. Okay, so I think the goal, what we should do is not siege with our merc stack. The merc stack should be sent around to fight people, and we should siege with our regular troops because we just don't have... Oh, I almost forgot. When do I lose my cavalry thing? 95. 5 years before this stack becomes very bad. Right. Let's make Abdel Tunger the primary war target. We could declare war for Abdel Tunger itself. Now, I'm pretty sure this war shouldn't be a big deal. Right? Shouldn't be a big deal. Helium, can I have access? No, you'd rather let them take you out. I guess you're allowed to do that. It's just kind of stupid. But I can't fix stupid, you know? Only so much I can do in this world. You want to throw and suffer, so be it. Far be it for me to stop you. Just waiting for the rebels to do this. Oh, I guess my vassal's going to go in and take the siege, which is fine by me. Sorry, not vassals. Friendship state. It's different. Very, very different. Ooh, let's get our mercs up to where they can actually... Oh, hold on. Let's fight Aska Evern's troops here. Should be a pretty easy fight, though we don't actually stack wipe them, which is a bit odd, but hey, you know what? That's fine. Gets the job done. Dude, I just don't want Abdel Tunger and like Krathenor to walk in and start beating up on my guys here. I would not appreciate that. No! Jad's son dies again. Kinda selfish. He dies again. No, 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 no. Get out of here. He's fighting rebels. Even when they're not my own. I'm always fighting rebels. What's up with that? Rebels, 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 rebels. I'm gonna keep you in Akadbar for now. Amicable state, not a vassal. Not a vassal. Friends. Friends. Question of rights. They can keep it. Yo, Diodaran time? Diodaran time? I didn't even play it? Enforced friendship? Nuh-uh, the Harpies joined us willingly. As did these Harpies. And Alcashes. We freed them. We liberated them. Which means they owe us everything. Not that we owned them or anything. But like... You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Or what I'm not saying? The unspoken words? I can't walk there easily. Why am I taking attrition here? Because there's gobos. Not stand there then. Won the siege of Azga Everin. It's time to move up. Is that a Shazdun deer that I spy? Do I spy with my little eye a Shazdun deer? Ow. Wow. We're gonna have to get through 3 pretty brutal forts. I will take Diplotech, I think. I don't know if I want to take Admin Tech. It's the thing. We're about to take a lot of land. And right now we're fine on governing capacity. I think I'll hold on to it. If I'm about to max out on admin power, then I'll take an idea. What a smarter thing to do. Ancient tome located. I think that'll finish the study. Remember, I don't actually want land from Azga Everin. Well, I do. I do want land from Azga Everin. I would like to have these 3 provinces here, but it's just not worth taking them. Could do something like that, though. But didn't I say that everything north of the Saran was going to be for vassals? I think I've already kind of broken that, but... What nonsense is this? It's not nonsense at all. What do you mean? Well, hold on. Let's check the... We're at 134. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 11, 12, 13, 14. No, we're gonna need to take more land. Well, you know, but there's also the automatic conversions from our things. I don't know. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. Let's study divination. We're always studying now. Always studying. We're never not studying. Yeah, we don't integrate friend states. Yes. For subjects, we are now. Dude. On that magic grind. We are on that magic. I'd like to be taking more land down here, but Cruelty of Mercenaries. Didn't I literally just get that event? Can you stop being so cruel for like half a second, please? Thank you. Would appreciate that. you could just relax for like half a second. Pretty sweet, pretty swell. It would be appreciated. Who knew? Mercenaries can't control them. Weird. Weird. They're more interested in making money? What? Since when? Chris probably been asked, when are the pony races? And did we bet on the orange one? You know, so far we have not gotten that event, unfortunately. But we will, of course, choose the orange one because that's the correct option every time. That's always the winner. The winner, winner, chicken dinner. You gotta go with the orange horse. Why am I losing 14 ducats a month? Minus 12.65 for fort maintenance. That is not real. I'll say it. That's not correct. Let's switch these on over to Alcachess. I most certainly do not have that many forts. That is just not true. Well, maybe it is true, actually. I have taken a lot. Like, I don't know if I necessarily need this fort. I guess it helps with the prosperity of this peninsula, so maybe I should keep it. Well, you know, maybe I do have more forts than I thought. Either way, I think we can peace out Aska Evern now. More reps, money, transfer your trade power to me. Do I take land from Akut Bahar? Yes, I do. I have to take at least 2 provinces. That way I have a line that I could walk up here, but then that means that I should take this. It's a 94 admin, 99 Diplo, but it makes my life a lot easier. Is making my life easier worth the monarch points? Yes. Let's just make sure that I'm actually giving it all to me. Good friend, swing the friend bet? But we can't turn them into a friend. Wait, unless when I release people as vassals, they become friends? Is that how that works? Missionaries already at work here. Damn. I work hard, but the missionaries work harder, apparently. Oh, I haven't been pouring that for a while. Raj wants access. I mean, sure, but it's not going to help you beat the command. But yeah, I'll give you access. Fine. These guys have converted. Grand Captain has died. Let's get... need 4 speed, I guess. Doesn't particularly matter. Years before. We'll probably delete some of these cav, to be honest with you. Losing 12 ducats a month. No manpower, no money. It's okay. Our trade will be fixed soon. Soon, TM. In fact, I should just start collecting here now instead of collecting in the Eastern Salahad, which was a mistake anyways. You know what? Why don't you collect instead of transferring in Davharal? You should transfer here into the Sarian. Like, once we click that button and we own all of Bulwar, our trade will be fixed pretty much immediately. All this value will be mine. Well, we'll have to deal with Everthil stealing it, but other than that. Yo, huge Busalar Telem alliance. Massive. Massive. Love to hear the sound of things being converted. Great stuff. Is that a mountain? It do, in fact, be a mountain. Here's Nathalair's troops. I'm paying for these mercs, I might as well use them. You gotta walk here to make sure it doesn't get unsieged. Gotta divert the trade in the Forbidden Plains back down to Bulwar. I don't think it's so easy though. Now, right? Since you have to like colonize it essentially. I'm about to max out on admin, so I will take another admin idea. Getting that monthly autonomy change would be nice. Getting that gov cap would be nice. When I do take almost everything from Abdel Tunger here, that's going to be 96 aggressive expansion. I should stop building these spy networks. I should start improving relations with people like Corvuria and Busalar. And Wax. Right, the huge. And then Shalin, truly harpy moment. They simply flew over the blockade and onto the island. Would rather these people not join coalition against me. Be kind of annoying. Ow. You could technically walk through, but let's keep you protecting the siege first and foremost. Loyal subjects. I'll take the Diplo points. There are no expenses. Well, I guess that's it for Krathanor. No stack life, but all right. Oh, they even let my mercs cross there. Huge. Learnings of an elder. We can get more mill. That makes us into a 666. Very nice. Not sure where. Oh, they're retreating all the way to Nathalair. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing and kind of sad. Actually going all the way back to Nathalair to retreat. That's also like a cry of pain because I've had to do the same kind of thing. Where you retreat super far away. Though, to be fair, if they retreated anywhere close, they would have died. No! The harpies didn't fly away. I just put the 3 siege guy back on there. I don't know how many times I've got to do that before I'm going to learn my lesson. Probably a lot more, if I had to guess. Now, Krathanor, I don't actually need all your land, but I do want this. Now, that's only 47.8 aggressive expansion. That's basically nothing. That's almost free, you could say. Now imagine if we had espionage ideas. And they throw minus 20%. Funny. Though I think Gibbard can actually get more aggressive expansion reduction than Celestalia can. No, actually it might be the same. Because the Empire one's 25%, right? Mm-hmm. So you just switch the 15% over to here. Yeah, I guess actually it could get the same if you wanted to stack aggressive expansion reduction. But I want to stack province war score cost reduction because that's much funnier. Much, much funnier that way. Hey! What are you doing having rebels? What are you doing? I guess they're going to try D-Day. The dwarves are doing D-Day. Not very cool. Alcachess has taken the island again. Damn. AI not doing too good at defending their islands today, for whatever reason. Don't know what it is, but they're struggling. You need to have a general. D stands for dwarf after all. There you go. Fun fact, the Allies simply did Dwarf Day, and Hitler was like, whoa, that's pretty crazy. Can't beat that. That's a true story. Don't fact check it. Tier 4. Clergy loyalty, monthly war exhaustion reduction, religious unity, admin tech cost reduction, expand temple rights, or temples and cathedrals give more tax and local unrest reduction, or maintain balance of power for another diplomat. You know me. You know me. I like more diplomats. Though if we're taking diplomatic ideas next, it's not as necessary. Well, you can never have too many diplomats. What else am I supposed to do with my lazy diplomats, huh? What are they going to do? They just sit there. And they'd actually be able to just sit there. Crazy. Spend a little bit of money on that. Make sure it gets done faster. What ideas do we take? We went admin offensive. So literally the ideas you take when you play Jad. It's just Jad ideas. And then we're going to go diplomatic next because we have minus 15% province war score cost in our traditions. So I think it'd be funny to stack it and annex someone big in one war. And then, you know, complain about the aggressive expansion and the coalition, blah, blah, blah. You know how all that. Take war reps from you. Boom. Start coring all of that up. Eska ever enters into a civil war. You took quantity with Jad? That's also valid. Jad quantity is definitely valid. Prove with Everthil so they leave me alone. Now, I don't know how I'm going to get Nathalair out of this war. Might not need to. Since I'm not full annexing Abdel Tungar, we might be fine. Jad, but friendly! Wait a second. Jad's friendly too. He just doesn't make friends. He's a friendly guy. It's just, you know, his followers go a little hardcore, you could say. I'm going to take the admin points here. And then I'm going to take +1 land leader fire and plus 100% prestige from land battles. That completes another national idea. Kindness. Kindness is the second element of harmony, teaching us that compassion can be the most valuable thing of all to give someone. Love and tolerance can defeat an enemy far more effectively than any sword, and anyone can find redemption from their pasts to become a better person. We accept all creatures from all walks of life, just as Celestia has. +2 max promoted cultures and 15% manpower in accepted culture provinces. That is very good. Our ideas are correct. No, there is 100% war score on Abdel Tungar. I don't worry. Well, I guess we could just full annex him. Only 31 aggressive expansion. This does add Arden into a coalition, but that's not a big deal. That won't fire, so I don't care. I'll just take it. We might as well just full annex. I could have probably full annexed Krathanor as well, but whatever. Border? Where? I don't see any border. Ooh. Well, I guess it's time to deal with more rebels. And I'm not allowed to complain about them. I did go 160% overextended. So I kind of have it coming. Kind of earned this one. Now, do I take another admin idea? I do. And I will take another admin idea to get minus 10% admin tech cost as well. And 20% more governing capacity. Then I can sell seized. And then I can build that workshop. No good manufactories yet. So there are some trade spots that I should probably get upgraded and improved. Ooh, I should also at least half state all this. I have the governing capacity. Where are we going to want to put our trade It's between Brisson and Bahar. Brisson is, technically speaking, easier for me to get a hold of, and there's less competition in it. Probably what I should do. But who knows? But who knows? Not done yet. Right. Ninshara's coronation. The duty of Ninshara is almost complete, and the Faranyan Harpies have nearly united under her rule. Once the last matriarchs and flocks bow to her, she will finally have accomplished what countless before her could not, the reunification of Harpyland. Under the guiding light of Celestia, she will bring a new era of peace and prosperity to Harpy kind, heralded with a new coronation as the restored queen's throne in Thum to bring about the fifth and final queendom. Such has been the vision of her destiny, and so it will be done. Fifth and final queendom? They got nothing on the lizards. The lizards have gone through 332 empires. You've only gone through 5? You're not even close to being done. You have not met your quota. No empire for you. In Charles' coronation, I was yet another breathtaking view. It was yet another breathtaking view to see. Here, from the 4th level of the Queen's throne built atop Thum, Celestia could see mountain ranges stretching on for miles on end. Flying here had been an adventure in and of itself. She was so rarely able to fully utilize her powers of flight back in Equestria with how much ceremony was placed upon her rule. Here, she could fly free, high in the sky, and look down upon what felt like all of Bulwar. Celestia. Janaressa had approached Celestia from behind, dressed in what looked like royal attire, a rare occasion indeed. The ceremony is about to begin. Nodding, the alicorn turned away from the mountain ranges in the distance and trotted over to take her place by Jessien and Janaressa. The rest of her friends declined the invitation to attend, but as harpies, both of them were obligated to witness the rebirth of Harpyland. Ninshara was already ready, kneeling in front of the throne before her sworn sibling Arash. As the Akal of Alkashes, it was her duty to crown the Harpy. Matriarch Ninshara, she began, by the divine will of Surakel and under the light of Celestia, I name and crown you the Princess of Ponies and of Equestria. Celestia blinked, and for a moment everything faded away. She was in her old home, the castle of the two sisters, watching a young blue alicorn levitate a golden tiara upon her older sister as ponies of all 3 tribes bowed before the two. Are you alright? Celestia snapped out of her trance to see Janaressa watching her with concern. I am fine, she assured the Harpy. Apologies. This coronation reminds me of old memories long forgotten. Janaressa nodded as Ninshara took her seat upon the throne of Harpyland. All of the matriarchs presented, with the exception of Jessien, kneeling and bowing their heads before her. Long live Ninshara, Queen of Harpies, Arash shouted, raising a spear skyward. Long live Harpyland, let the light of Celestia guide its path forevermore. For Surakel and Celestia, the Harpies shouted back. And thus, Harpyland was reborn. Nishal will inherit all Furian Harpy nations and claim the mantle of Harpyland. Thum gets a center of reformation. They gain a permanent claim over the Harpy Hills region, except for the areas of the Kuz Mountains and Imulshes. 2 Harpies, 1 matriarch happens. Plus 2 tolerance to the true faith, minus 25% envoy travel time, minus 20% aggressive expansion impact. Never mind. Giver does not have any chance. Minus 20% aggressive expansion. Funny. Jessien and Ninshara stared at each other. Both watched the other closely, waiting for the first sign of weakness. The coronation had ended hours ago, and there was still one last matter to resolve. There were 2 matriarchs now in service to Celestia, and the hierarchy was yet unresolved. One had to dominate over the other, as tradition demanded, so each waited to see what the first move would be. It was good of you and your daughter were able to attend, and Ninshara finally began, eyes narrowing. It has been long since the Siadunan Harpies have paid respects to the flocks of Furinya. It has been long since there has been a proper coronation in the West, Jessien answered in an even tone, much less one guided by the light of Suriel. But the flocks of Eliana did not hesitate to help liberate Nanshalan when it called for aid. And Harpyland was brought back together with Nanshalani blood. It will eternally be at the service of Celestia, as will all its mages. Celestia does not value magic alone. I have been in her service since the beginning of her reign in the Salahad, and loyalty has always been something she speaks highly of. The glares the two shot at each other was suddenly interrupted by a third voice. Ninshara, Jessien, I am glad to see both of you getting along well, Celestia said as she approached. Jadaressa followed the alicorn close behind. It was always my worry that friends may not also be friends with each other. I am happy my fears have been unfounded. Both harpies blinked in surprise. Yes, Jessien finally said. Friends. Jadaressa said something quietly to the alicorn. Oh, of course, my apologies, but it seems there is urgent business elsewhere to attend to. As Celestia turned to leave, both Ninshara and Jessien watched in shock as Jadaressa gave them the slightest hint of a smirk before following her away. Both remained silent. I believe we can see each other as equals then, yes? Ninshara asked. Yes, Jessien agreed. And I believe I need to reteach my daughter proper respect. Agreed. Hierarchy and dominance has no place in true friendships. Get rolled. Both too busy arguing with each other to see that the younger harpy had already slipped in to be the best friend. Eliana gets improved routes till the end of the game, giving minus 50% dev cost in primary culture, as does Harpylin. They can build roosts easier, which is nice. I don't know how often the AI builds roosts, but I'd like to see them build more. Hey, weren't there level 1 forts here? Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure. We want to invest into forts over here. We got to create a wall that Rahan can't just like roll through us and be annoying. April Fool's was yesterday? Yeah, but like we already started the run, so we might as well keep going. You might as well just keep going. 154. Okay, we need to focus our next expansion down here in Boyarati. We'll build a great wall, and Rahan will pay for the wall. I'd love it if Rahan would pay for the wall. That'd be great. Are they offering? I don't think we need a fort on Gulengor. Not really a fantastic fort. I'd rather have one on Hope's Peak and on Silver Pass. I'll keep it for now, though, because it is gold, technically. Level 2 trade efficiency guy? I mean... no. I gotta figure out a way to fix my income. It's gotta be the mission. That's just it. The answer is inherit all of Bulwar. Full state all of Bulwar. Profit. I haven't really gotten past that point, nor do I think I need to. Rebels. Jeez. Bring the mercs back to do that. Losing 17 ducats a month now. I don't understand how my army is really that expensive. Horses are no longer cheaper, I guess? My only thought, yeah, now this stack is basically useless. Talib wants to ally me. What if you just get annexed by me? We considered that? That was pretty good. Spy I just hired has already died. Alright, I guess I'm gonna hire you. Nope, we do not have a special administration or anything. We're just elves. Okay, can you relax a bit? Damn. My capital's gonna fall, so let's go deal with that, because the rebels got another wall breach on my capital, like they always do. Everybody gets free wall breaches on my capital. It's great. I love it. I'm not complaining about the rebels. I'm complaining about the wall breach. It's different. Legally distinct complaint. Legally distinct complaint. I'm going to take that government reform progress. More learnings of an elder. I will take mill points there. Rebuild the stone palace. We could do that. That's just going to lead to a loan. The thing. particularly want to deal with. Don't decide how much OE to take is just going above 1,000. Yeah, pretty much. Look, we want to do 2 wars against Abdel Tunger? No. 1 war. Take it or leave it. Look, it's fine. Not even like a big deal. It's just a lot of rebels. I will say, one thing that Celestalia does not have on Jad is tolerance of the true faith. We only got 5 tolerance of the true faith. By this point, Jad would have like 15 or something. Like 10% missionary strength or whatever. What about Palace Bofa? Yo, I wonder where this could be going. We get 20% siege ability, and we complete Laughter. Laughter is the 3rd element of harmony, teaching us that the dwarves. The dawn will always come to drive back the dark. Optimism can bring hope even in the most hopeless of situations, and Celestia inspires us to always find the spark of joy to keep the cold away during even the longest nights. Together, we can make the world a little bit brighter each day. 10% trade efficiency, 10% manpower recovery speed. Nice, so now we only have minus 30% manpower recovery speed. Get plus 2 missionary strength from national ideas, though? I mean, yeah, I'm not saying we're weak, but I'm just saying people worship Jad really hard. They love to worship Jad. Gonna do with his own rebels. That's nice because I'm gonna give him more rebels. We're gonna lose this fort down here, possibly. Down. You also get 8 reformations. That's true. That's a good point. I do get perhaps, maybe one could say too many centers of reformation. I wouldn't say that because I'm benefiting. But you could make the argument that there might be too many of them. Maybe. 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 Palace Bofa D's precious hearts in a tower in your heart. Wow. Yes, thank you. Hopefully our subjects will unsiege everything for me. We're at 173. Yeah, I think we're good with our conquests in Bulwar. I mean, we need to annex Marblehead because they haven't converted yet. But everybody else will get automatically annexed by us. Sorry, not annexed, integrated. There's a difference. Pretty big difference. Just show my rebels for now. Okay, there's still a lot. There's still a bunch. Let's spread out and look for clues, gang. By clues, I mean unsieged provinces. Basically the same thing when you think about it. Ooh, there's even a ramparts on this gold? I mean, I might as well keep it there. Nothing else I can do with that. But it is being converted, and then I can develop it. We should probably accept copper dwarves. And we should accept Bahari as well. It's free to accept this stuff. It's 15 Diplo points. Ilitani, though, I'm not as convinced I need to accept. Not as big of a priority to me. Like, probably Kuzarami I'd rather accept. What do I do with these mercs? Do I go to war with Haragsteda automatically here? Wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't need too many provinces from them, just 3, but I don't have my siege stack down here. Anywhere you can stand where you won't take attrition? Here? Probably not. Yeah, all the way down here in Dakmender. How's religious map mode looking? It's looking pretty pink. Purple? Lavender? Light lavender? What is this? What color is this? I would say it's more purple than pink. It's like a I think like a light lavender is the best I can describe it. It's pony colored. There you go. It's pony colored. We will take that. Give 100 more governing capacity. Can I get rid of these rebels right now? Just want to not have to fight them. Thank you very much. That should get rid of most of them. There. Cool. B5. Let's improve with our subjects. Make sure our friends stay very friendly, though I don't think we're ever going to have any problems with that. We are about to max out on Diplo points. But good news. Always more gold to develop. And then we'll get another gold mine. And another gold mine. I love gold. Dab before full coring? I don't care. It's basically free. It's 26 admin points. Not my problem. Get this Diplo rep person, and they're almost gone. We'll wait another 2 months, and we'll head down and we'll do it. Oh, bro, it makes it like 4 admin points more expensive. It's fine. It's fine. Too high of taxes. I'm not giving you autonomy reductions. It's simply not going to happen. We should consider deleting cavalry. Yeah, we should consider deleting cavalry and slowly but surely building up infantry in its spot. Okay, you don't need to take the cav with you. I'm pretty sure we've already won the war after that one fight. But we'll send the mercs down here in case we gotta fight them. Guess not. I don't know where to send these mercs now. Guess back to Dakmender. Because there's not going to be anywhere around here that's high enough development to... Hold them. Let them stand there. Did I not send you back to Dakmender? Am I crazy? Am I the crazy one here? Am I losing it? Like, am I going... Hello? Guess I re-clicked to send them back out. Offensive ideas gives us another 15% land force unit. Land force limit, sorry. Not bad at all. Not too shabby. We do need to develop colonialism. But I would like to finish offensive ideas first. What's the policy again? Yeah, nothing useful. But I would still like to finish it. Right, gives us that 5% discipline, which is pretty big. Here, here, and here need to be given over to Damastus. Boom, boom, boom. And then I just take money and war reps, and we go along our merry way. I don't really think I care about their trade power. I don't pull anything here, so. I don't have claims on any of this. I don't need to take it right now. That'll be just fine. Thank you. In and out, 20-second adventure. I would like to get my other guys happy. Okay, they want me to take that for Marblehead. They'll take 5. Ooh, 3 diplo points. Unless I win espionage. Nope, exploration quality. What? Laurent actually taking good ideas for where they start? Hello? Since when? Since when was that allowed? We should develop the institution. I mean, there are really good spots along the Saran to develop this institution, right? Well, I feel like doing it next to our capital is probably the best, but it's a grain province. I want to freaking develop an institution on grain? Not particularly. I'd rather do it on cotton. Pendubar is a really good spot. Not the best because there's no center of trade in it. Edusvakin would be pretty good too, to be fair. Upgrade that to level 2, build a marketplace there. Encourage development. Put some Diplo dev into it for now. You're doing 192, pretty good. I think it's time we actually go to war with Bouvauri. Definitely it's time to go to war with Bouvauri. But Teleni won't join. Now, here's the dealio. Will he get access is the question. Probably. It's only 3 people. Ayar Hashar, Mjusat, and Tushgal. Can I get access through them? No. At war with neighboring ally. I am most certainly not. Unless the Raj is also allied to someone that I'm at war with? Who am I even at war with? Bang Vaughn? Ah, okay. There you go. How scary is Bouvauri AI with the Merc strat being gutted? Well, it's not that the Merc strat's been gutted, it's just that the AI can't do it as easily early in the game. They can still do it though. I would not recommend assuming that Bouvauri will not hire mercs. They will do so. They will still do so. Well, first 50 years they won't. We have to find somewhere to put this Diplo dev. Might just develop other provinces. Well. So the question is, okay, I mean, he's getting the access. You know what? Send the independent army north. And let's start our next war against Boyar Baretti. Or Boya Baretti, yeah. Co-belligerize people, that doesn't matter if I do it or not, because it doesn't bring anyone new in. You are gonna get to work. That goes first. Sorry about your limited My Little Pony knowledge. Hey, you probably know more than I do. Not a property that I ever got interested in, let's say. Ooh, Traz Saran. Put a little bit of development here. You know, the development along the Saran is always good, and many mission trees ask you to do so. So it's very possible that they ask us to do so again in this one. Yes, we gotta get down here. We gotta get rid of the slavery. No slaves allowed. Slavery is cringe and bad. Form the army. Give me 20% morale of armies. Thank you very much. I do enjoy having that. Offensive ideas. We can finish. 5% discipline. 10% recover. Army morale. Speed. I might as well just put in more income from vassals, but do I actually want their money? Not particularly. If I'm gonna be honest with you. Now, Damascus, you can take those two. Freedom from slavery. And rat. Rat are a pet. Are a pet. I didn't actually give it over to them, which is an oopsie on my part. You know what? That's fine. Ooh, we can do the big mission now. All right. Avatar of Suriel. At long last, it is done. Bulwar has been unified under a single faith, an unshakable belief in Celestia as our guide. With the divisions of old swept aside, we can finally declare to the world what we have known all along. That Celestia is not just Suriel reborn, but his avatar upon this world, and that it is her destiny to guide us through these troubled and dark times. A grand ceremony will be held at Bulwar to anoint her as our divine leader and Empress of Bulwar, with all who recognize Celestia's divinity invited to attend. Let this be the start of a new era for Bulwar and beyond. Long live Celestia, and may her reign last forevermore. Ceremony of the Sun happens. Every country in Bulwar that follows the new Sun cult or Celestia worship will be integrated by Celestalia unless they are our friendship state. Boom. All those pesky elves are finally gone. Ceremony of the Sun. The cheers of the crowd intensified as soon as Celestia had stepped into view. The temple of Edu's Rakadash filled to the brim with all the creatures of Bulwar. All of Celestia's friends and were nearby, dressed in ceremonial attire. They were her chosen, the few who had taken her teachings to heart above all others. Arash and Ninshara, Jadaressa and Jessien, Zaka and Andrelian. All of them were kneeling as she approached and took her place before them and the Naaman Sar that stood behind them. They come from all the temples of Bulwar, finally united under a single faith. The three Kashra of the Saran stepped forward. Celestia, the one from Askasur, began. You have restored order to Surakel's garden in a time of great chaos. You have shown yourself to be a true adherent to the light, and your Ilu outshines all others. You have banished the darkness from your own heart and the heart of others. Next was the one from Edu's Vakin. You have shown your honesty and integrity to all. Your loyalty and devotion to the people of Bulwar is unquestionable. Your generosity and charity has inspired all of us. You bring laughter and optimism to any who need it. All creatures know of your kindness and compassion, and none in our history can compare to your ability in magic and leadership. Finally, the one from Bulwar. By Surakel's will, we recognize you are a shard of his divinity. You are Surakel reborn, and we will follow your will for as long as you draw breath. With the presence of Sarnagir, we name you Phoenix Empress, the Empress of all Bulwar. The human placed the ornate crown in his hands on Celestia's head as Philomena soared overhead, landing on top of the large bronze phoenix statue above them all. The priest stepped aside to allow Celestia to move forward, and all those in the temple knelt before her with heads bowed. Akal or matriarch, pack leader or king, they all swore fealty to the Alicorn. In the distance, countless plumes of smoke could be seen, sacrifices to their new empress leaving trails of white in the sky. Andrelian stood first, walking to Celestia's side. Empress, there is one last matter that requires your attention, he said. While Askasur has served us well, some wish for the capital to be moved here to Bulwar, or the port city of Brisson. There are potential advantages for each, but I am certain none would argue with remaining at the Fortress of the Sun, if that is your desire. I did all my units. Oh, they didn't. I just inherited them. So got it. I mean, Brisson is probably where we should put our capital. You know? Then I can develop a different farmland province. Or we can develop the sugar province with the thing. How close is colonialism from spreading? It's simply not. What do you think? Bulwar or Brisson? Askasur is a bad capital. I'll say it. I'm not afraid to say such a thing. Well, here's the thing. Bulwar is also a good capital. Coastal. Yeah, coastal capital. You're right. Coastal capital. Brisson, the trade city of the Divenhall Sea, shall be our capital. We change to Equestria, and we obtain new missions. Yes, we do. Okay. So, infrastructure projects. They want me to build the Golden Highway. Yeah, fair enough. And they want 10 farm estates in Bulwar. And Edeshukeru needs a shipyard, 15 development, and a level 2 center of trade. No Fieldstalker Knoll or Pyreclaw Knoll provinces must be owned by a Knoll nation. Okay. So I should have taken more from Haragseta, is what you're telling me. Alright, they want us to go kill the Knolls. Not kill, sorry, befriend. Of course. We must befriend the Knoll. I have even more? What do you mean I have even more aggressive expansion reduction now? Since I did the... Oh, yeah. True. You integrate friends. I don't think so, and I don't think we need to. I think we're going to want to feed Harpulin's claims over to them. Right? That feels like what they want me to do. And it would also want me to feed Alcashest their claims too. Which does mean giving up the gold mine. Maybe I keep the gold mine as a treat. As a treat for being such a good friend, I keep the gold mine for myself. Yes? Yes. This feels like a great plan. Great plan. No notes. Nobody would ever disagree with that. State data is going to put us over our governing capacity. I don't care. Yeah. Straight up 100% do not care. That and state that. That's going to go over to you. That's going to go over to you. We can do all of that when we are at... You're a greedy friend? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. We're a good friend. We're going to transfer here. Then I want to collect here instead of collecting in Brisson. There we go. Now we're making some decent trade money. 19 here and 7 here. Not too bad. Do any missions require you to give over the land? No, but I feel like we're going to have enough land anyways. That if they want me to do that, I'm willing to give it up. Ooh, this needs to be given over to Astash. Come on, Bavau. Don't be like this. You can't reasonably stop me, so just give it up. Give it up. Accept that it's going to be mine now. It's one province, man. I know you really want your slaves, but what if you simply didn't do slavery? Have you considered this? Consider not owning slaves. It's actually pretty cool to not do that. Fun fact. Fun fact. Fun fact. $15 development. I don't really want to develop with admin. Am I over my force limit? Yes. Quite a bit, in fact. Let's delete these 14 cavalry. Even though our cavalry are very good, I'd rather start transitioning to making sure that we have enough infantry. And then we can switch some of the cav that we have down here into another stack, and then it'll all be balanced and good stuff. And stuff and things. I need to feed these two off. Lots of land that we need to feed over. How far over my governing capacity am I? Yikes. Clergy, hello. Governing capacity time. We still have all those privileges we can give out, so we have plenty of governing capacity to play with here. Also after our own taste. A theologian, that's 50% cheaper. Yeah, sure. I don't think I necessarily need the missionary strength guy anymore, so I'd rather just get more admin points. I'm gonna be so totally real with you. More admin points. You're gonna go kill Marblehead. Looks like we're gonna have to fight Begin's expedition. Do we care? We can bring them both up just to make sure. We definitely don't want unregulated research. Oops, I didn't even see these guys here. There's this spy network on Laurent that we needed. I guess we have boats. Ooh. Let's protect trade in Brisson. You down with the rest of the boats. We even have 3 galleys. Bad. Who owns the coast? Island on the coast of Harpy Mountain. You need to release the thing. Here? That's Ping Hoi. That is the #1 Ping Hoi. Ooh, we could ally the Raj, which would be kind of sweet. Not because I actually want to be their ally. Like, we're going to kill them probably, but it'd be nice to keep them out of coalition. Though, to be fair, what's a coalition? We have minus 54.9% aggressive expansion reduction, so we can take a lot of land without suffering too much. But we can take a lot of land. Bunch of land here that I need to core. Oh. Technically, I just need to core this. That's going to get handed over, so I don't care about that. Get you off the siege here. Guess we just keep chasing them down onto this mountain fort and back wiping them there. Why they felt the need to... Oh, they didn't. I was like, I don't know why they're walking to Azka, Tel Udam, and then up. Just a visual thing. They aren't actually doing that. Now, I don't think I need anything off of green, right? Not right now. So for now, let me just get your war reps, money, and your trade power, and we'll call it a day. Bowery, you are now willing to peace out. Get another diplomat back real quick. Well, Marblehead here. Fine, Everthill's being annoying. What's new? Everthill hates free trade, confirmed. Cheaper Diplo Rep Advisor, level 3. Yeah, sure. I don't mind cheaper advisors, not one bit. In fact, I'm a big fan. Big fan of cheap advisors, believe it or not. Rid of that dev cost. We don't need that edict. Decadence comes with age. Really? She gets these too? Plus 100% state maintenance for 10 years. I was hoping that she wouldn't get those events, but it seems not. So that means that we're just on a timer for when we lose 10,000 million ducats. And that's an exact number, by the way. We'll lose all the money that has ever existed in the Anbennar universe. We're gonna make our subject super overextended here, and I do not apologize. All of this needs to be swapped over. Mastish. People are gonna get very mad at me. I am going to take. Then I'm going to release Eleni. I'm going to feed them Bekwa Eparta. Can't wait for her to fall for a Nigerian prince scam. Maybe they don't got those in Pony World, you know? Maybe they're just not prepared. Just need Begin's expedition to go away. And we'll be in a pretty good spot. With this money, let's just go ahead and start rebuilding Eklu Zagnu. A quick loop of the mountain on horseback. What? Makes clear the nature of the fortress of all that needs to be done. The swift bend of Penuzagnu River cuts beneath the sheer cliff of the mountain's end, the old gate watchful in its long vigil over cloud-kissed peaks of the mountains beyond. The depths of the first citadel remain surprisingly well preserved, still decorated with murals boasting of the feats of ancient Bulwari kings, even if they've been stripped of their valuable ornaments. The reason for the fortress's abandonment, however, lies clear in the scattered bones, the potsherds, the broken stones, beyond the toppled gates that litter Galuabar, the demon scar. A rift melted through what seems a half a league of solid mountain. By Jazabine's fury, the blackened gulch has long supplanted the old gate. With the sun shining bright down through the open wound in the stone above, the scene is laid bare. Celestia stands amidst the vast rift, gazing down through a scar that had healed into a bustling way, lined with dwellings, storefronts, temples, all the long-abandoned cogs that set a city turning. The scars of war seem fresh, even after centuries, from arrows still embedded in half-rotted posts to stagnant pools of water beneath shattered aqueducts. The past weighs heavy amidst the scattered stones of a gatehouse, so laden with scars that it seems to have been rebuilt 100 times over. If the Eklu Zagnu had fallen before, stripped from the Bulwari who first set chisel to stone, from Zehia, shattered by Jazabine, from the Castanites, the folk of the Shad Sur, how can Celestia hope to set the walls anew, and see that their stones never crumble as so many before? Yet, the crossroads stands at a crossroads. Shall we exploit this progress to turn it into an impenetrable fortress, or stand upon the shoulders of this splendid progress to make it a palace, a monument to our glory? I always go for a palace fit for an empire. We get that in 10 years. Hey, that's enough time to culture convert all of Bulwar to one culture. I don't really have any inno to lose. I'd rather keep developing. Yep, there is colonialism in Bursan Tanuz. We can turn that off. I'll spread to our capital, and all will be good. Now we're making only 4 ducats a month. How's my economy getting worse? How is that allowed? We're gonna have to deal with those rebels, but first let's with Boyaretti here. Can I get you down here? Yes, I can. Sup? Sup. We'll go land force limit. Steel maps as well. Actually, I don't think I can steal it of gold. Oh, okay. We're good. We need to annex Nolakaz. 210% war score. And Haragsteda. 236% war score. The next age should be showing up sometime soon, though. Well, it'll take another 10 years for it to fire, but... you know what I mean. Pony culture? Well, it doesn't seem that we can convert people into ponies, believe it or not. Not that I've been informed of. Maybe there's a way. Not that we should. Doesn't exactly sound great. It's like culture conversion on a whole new level. War reps, money. Yeah, I'll pillage capital, why not? Make Rasan better. Lick my cat! Yo, lick my cat! Huge! Lick my cat stocks skyrocketing right now. Take a little bit of money. Call that a day. Give Damascus. Well, pay for debt. Then I need to grant you a province. I can't because I'm still at war with the Marbly Head. You're having a laugh, right? Not a big deal, it's just kind of annoying. But I can complete a coast liberated. In the past, the Makedi people of Damascus could do little to stop the flow of slaves to Rahan. Their efforts were restricted to naval raids upon their ships as they crossed the Gulf of Rahan, as they simply did not have the military to do anything more. But with the immediate null threat pacified, and our support by their side, they can finally liberate the northern coastline from the Raheni states that continue to practice slavery in the name of profit. Andrelian and Zaka are eager to lead the charge personally, to liberate the Mengi from their chains, and ensure long overdue justice is served. Gain the Ofahibi culture as an accepted culture, or Damascus does. All provinces owned by us or our subjects will stop producing slaves. All Raheni culture provinces owned by us or our subjects will convert to their local culture and religion. Why? Why the religion part? Like, I'm just going to convert them immediately. All right. Now I need to release Naleni when we're at peace. You need to go get ready to fight Knowles. What is this disgrace you see? This is Newer Equestria. Yo! This is Newer Equestria. If you are using the Steam version, there was an update yesterday that allows you to access this crossover. Crossover between Anbennar and Equestria at War. The Avamazon horse race. Pick your horse. Today marks the beginning of the grandest contest in all Bulwar, the Great Amavazan Horse Race. Candidates from all over the continent arrive in hope of participating and claiming victory and glory for their people.
Ponies.
Yes, that's my issue. Thank you for the 27 months. Ponies. True. Any jockey chosen shall get the occasion to demonstrate his nation's prowess in horse wrangling through his own skill and discipline. For the winner, a grand prize, and for the public, a great day of excitement, but also fortune. As the Amavazan horse race is the most extravagant gambling event in all Bulwar. From Bahari lords flushed with Azka Evran gold to the richest silk merchants of Zanbar to the heads of Bulwar's 12 families, none escape the chance to win, or lose, some coin. And many people have caused or escaped financial ruin due to the immense amount of wealth exchanged here. Only one question remains. Who shall be your champion? We'll do a poll. Which horse to choose? Alright, we've got the classic. The best option, orange. We've got my favorite color, blue. We've got the tag color, purple. We've got the fast color, red. And we've got the white or green. Green. Which horse shall we choose? 1 minute duration. Boom. Start poll. You vote for Celestia. Okay, I think that's cheating. I think it's cheating to choose the immortal flying alicorn. Look, I'm remembering. Unfortunately. Rainbow Dash is faster. She can break the sonic barrier. Well, she does have Dash in her name, so that's pretty good. Then, you know, kind of tracks. Heretics, there's only one color. I know. It's only orange. Orange is the only correct choice, but I understand people might want to choose something different. What does Applejack do then? I don't know. Fucking eat apples? It's in the name. It's right there. Apples. Let you bribe? No. No bribing allowed. But then again, what is a bribe between friends? People do want to pick purple. All right, so be it. You want to lose. And we bet it all every time. To hell with caution. The peasants don't need bread. We don't have divination legendary yet. It's only at level 2. Or, sorry, level 1. The Avamazon horse race. The referee whistles. The racers are off. At the start of the race, no jockey can go much further than any other, but green seems to have a slight lead. In this kind of race, the jockeys really get the occasion to show their skills by gaining slight advantages, calling out meters like a Kalibi haggles for coins. And purple and red seem to be the best at this, while green's previous lead seems to have just been a fluke. Nearing the end of the race, most jockeys are still quite close to each other when suddenly purple breaks off from the pack and recklessly charges forward. The rest of the racers see this and hurry their horses forward in a desperate attempt at victory. Although purple tries to use his sudden acceleration to win the race, white does manage to steal the victory from him, slippery as the desert fish himself. Close behind them, red arrives at almost the same time as orange. Further behind, blank arrives, and in last place, green. Damn. Blue arrived second to last. I don't know why their name got cut. Why didn't you let me vote for white? Because I wanted you to lose, that's why. I simply wanted you to suffer. You do not need to be on that siege. Fight the gnomes from neighbors. No. If they're in my neighbor's territory, I'll befriend them anyways. They are. Dragon's Expedition, you can't seriously want to defend Marblehead here, right? I know that you had wanted to take their land, but also, why have you not formed Gaztundir? Or Kelevar? Ozo? Reject core promises meta? That's right, that's what I'm doing. I'm definitely not just not coring things that I'm wanting to give away. I'm definitely just sitting here, not wanting to core things out of spite. All right, let's get this land handed out to who it belongs to, shall we? So all of this Yelkari land, I believe, goes over to them. Right? I just want to make sure. I don't want to give them things they don't. There's a way I can do this faster. Right, that's the edge. I guess they really want goblins as well. Yep. I'm not here to judge the harpy's taste. You and you. So that's everything that Harpyland needs to have. And Alcashes also needs some stuff. Go 1, 2, and 3. I believe it's this state and this state. I'm going to keep the gold mine for myself. Just want to make sure. There. Don't keep the gold? Why not? Why would I not keep the gold? Are you silly? Let the AI have money? But what about my money? Don't I deserve to have money too? You are friend. Yes, I'm the big friend. I'm the friend that has the capabilities to actually do things, which means I need the money. They can bleed for you. You know what? Fine. Throwing away like 10 ducats a month. It's no big deal. Who needs 10 ducats a month? Not me, apparently. No, no, no. I don't need nothing. We're just so filthy rich, it don't matter. Damascus. How are you already in debt again, my guy? If I had a gold mine to give you, I would give you one, because apparently you need it. Then we need to release Naleni. As a vassal. Is that enough? Oh yeah, they're a subject. The Harpy Pirates. In the east of the Gulf of Rahen, the pirate harpies of Naleni have long raided all shipping, slave-bearing or not, which passes near their waters for profit, causing needless death and destruction in their wake. While the Maketi believe they will only understand a show of force to bring them in line, Jessien has intervened, requesting a chance to convince them to join our cause without bloodshed. She and Jadaressa will be sent to negotiate and hopefully turn them to our cause of eradicating the slave trade for the good of Sarhal rather than for just money. You are a pirate. Over the past few months, Jessien and the finest Harpy diplomats of Eliana had been working hard at work using every trick in the book to convince the Nalenian Harpies of Celestalia's cause. They were certainly unique compared to the flocks of Bulwar with their affinity for the sea and their loose confederation of pirate captains. Convincing them and their crews were almost as important as convincing the matriarch herself, and unfortunately for Jessien, they could be quite stubborn. Some desired riches, wealth beyond any human's wildest dreams, so she spoke of becoming merchants instead, outcompeting their rivals in prices with no risk of a raid gone wrong. Others desired glory, for their names to be etched into the halls of history as legends. To them she spoke of the possibilities of glorious battle and territorial expansion should they disavow their former ways of piracy. And of course, she spent all her time in between talking of Celestia's teachings. But she was still a foreigner here, and it seemed some would never be convinced. Mother! Jessien turned around to see her daughter, her eyes widening at the sight of Jadaressa. She was wearing an eye patch and clothes fit for a pirate captain with a large tricorn hat to match. A group of similarly dressed harpies were following close behind, laughing and drinking from heavy tankards. Look at these new friends I've found! Jessien blinked. Jadaressa, what did you do, and why are you dressed like that? She's one of us now, a pirate answered. Beat Captain Rosella fair and square. She shouldn't have chosen archery of all things as the contest. Jadaressa couldn't keep the smirk from her face, or doubled down every time she lost. Anyway, the captains are ready to officially end their trade as pirates. The Harpy matriarch's jaw dropped further. But how? She asked, in sheer disbelief. We've been trying to convince them of that for months. Jadaressa shrugged. They already knew they were going to join Celestia, they just needed a good reason before doing it. Being convinced by words alone isn't good enough for their reputation. Their ships will stop privateering and harassing legitimate trade as long as they're allowed to keep any treasure from raiding slave ships. The Harpy turned to her crewmates. Isn't that right? All the pirates cheered and downed their tankards. For profit, glory, and Celestia. Well, that's one way of doing it. Naleni will become our friend state. And we get Nalenian friendship till the end of the game, plus 25% trade steering, minus 25% envoy travel time. 6 particularists will rise up in Jezar Pizu, and they are no longer seen as monstrous, and they gain a bunch of permanent claims. They gonna lose that automatically? Yes. Well, damn. Well, Zam. I guess that's that for them. We'll just have to siege it back. Local traders demand aid. I don't really care. They're particularists. You know what? Forget it. All right. Knolls are next. There's the age transition. It's going to happen in 10 years now. Give Naleni rightful clay? We will. We will. Relax. Oh, I haven't given this. Is that what you mean? Yeah. Why do they not have claims here? Weird. We'll still give it to them, though. But now we have to go and feed them all this stuff. And the Western Province? The Western Province. There we go. There we go. So, I think that's all we need to feed to the masters, though, right? Wow, yeah, they really want us to go deal with the gnolls. They also want us to go after islands over here. So, that does, unfortunately, mean I'm gonna have to fight the Raj. Also, go figure. I don't think France is gonna kill the command. Alright, what this means is we need to build a bunch of galleys. Build a bunch of them over there. Preparation for those wars. And let's go to war with Nolikas. Oh, wow, 5-6 generals. Pretty good. I'll leave these 20 troops up here to deal with rebels. Everybody else is going to move out. Go south. There is still some stuff up here that I have not cored from Marblehead. Right. Being converted. Yeah, stop that. There we go. Now everything should be getting cored up. I mean, I still need to full state some stuff, but bring Catarata into the friend group. I have a feeling that's where we're going to be going after the gnolls. Oh, what's this say? Legendary and divination, conjuration, abjuration. We're gonna need more events, folks. We're gonna need a lot more conversion event. Ooh, the pony courthouses? Yeah, you know, I'd like to do that, but that's gonna cost money. We don't have a lot of that resource, believe it or not. Believe it or not, we're kinda poor. Unfortunate reality of things. Taking trade for my vassals. No. I am not. And also, if I do, I'm pretty sure they're going to have to delete all of their troops. So I don't know if I really want to. Like, it is kind of nice that they go siege stuff down for me. They have gold mine? Yeah, but it's like 2 Diplo dev. We can. Look, fine. Bring your trade to me. Look, they're already at minus 6.2. Yeah, Alcachess makes plenty of money. Everybody else is poor. Everybody else is too poor to do it. Build stuff in them? No, I need to build stuff in my land first. Oh, we're making 20 ducats. Go. Taking care of myself. Yeah. Why would I take care of my vassals when I can't even take care of myself yet? Frick the vassals. I don't know if the vassals will be useful or not useful. It just depends on the war. I'd rather ensure that, you know, I'm in charge and can do things. We kill 7,000 rebels. Number 1, it's 6,000. Number 2, it's called building character. How are they supposed to be better if I fix all of their problems for them? Right? Come on. Bad friend? Whoa. That doesn't sound very friendly there, Buster. Not very cool. Magical study success. Divination. Do legendary, please. I could hit this lore seeker, and you know what? I will. What do I need Diplo points for? Money? Money is temporary. Magic is forever. Or something. Right, well, that's the war with Nolikas done. Need... No field stalker Knoll or Pyreclaw Knoll provinces must be owned by a Knoll nation. They do want me to own the river. We cut off Catarata here. And I can't do it all, right? I can't do it all. We're gonna just have to choose what we take. Kind of be happy with that. Yeah. Yeah, well actually, I can avoid taking these for now. I can take more of this. What if I... Yeah, I don't want Catarata to take this. I'd rather cut Catarata off. But I do want to be able to walk through here, so let's connect it like that. Two nobles. Give me that governing capacity. Thank you very much. Then we can speed all this up. Overextension will not be over 100 here momentarily. Beautiful. Maybe I should have gotten a border with Rakaz, though they are dying right now anyways, so who cares? Next up is, I think, IR Hashar. Just such a pain in the ass to fight, man. Ugh, I hate fighting the Raj. Always do, always will. We go after these guys instead. No, we can't. They can't feed Naleni that land. We gotta do like a weird thing where we feed them around here and then down. So yeah, it is IR Hashar. Rags to the Truce is up in 1511. The admin points, thank you. They have a real navy? Yeah. We could like ally Bouvary and try and call them into the war. I don't actually hate that idea. In fact, I think it's a pretty good one. Ignore that they do slavery, okay? Even Jad allies Bouvary for a short period of time. Just saying. If it's good enough for Jad, it's good enough for the Alicorn. That's my theory. Rival Raj before you deck. Yeah, we can also do that. Why is the game like this, man? How is it that when I say build troops in the Gulf of Rahin, it builds troops in the Divin Hall? You know? How can it possibly make that interpretation? Earnings of an Elder, I will take admin points. Apparently I need to build more galleys over here. We'll curry the favorite Bouvary, and then we'll fight the Raj. I do want to full state everything. It's gonna take me a moment here. We still have no manpower. Elves are actually bad. That's my new take. Don't play as elves. Overstack there, please. Interest for no reason. Just play humans. Humans are the best, bar none. No negative, no debuffs. You just get 2.5% morale of armies. No, sorry, 5% morale of armies and navies. They're just the best. Forget forget gnome bonuses. Forget kobold bonuses. They don't matter. Just play humans. You need to move over here. Humans are the most boring? Incorrect. I think humans are actually pretty neat. They're actually pretty cool. Considering they're the only ones that are real, L plus ratio to literally everybody else on Halan. Gift to the states. I will just take the money. Build some farm estates. Dwarven craftsmen dominate the market. Don't care. Dwarves are real too? Oh, not like the no. Fantasy dwarves are not real. I don't know how to tell you this. Like that's a different thing. Like it's a totally separate thing. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. Yeah, I'll take tech. I'll take all of them. Fine. Never trust an A Nasir. True. So true. That's what I'm always saying. Never trust an A Nasir. There's an old saying in Bulwar, never trust an A Nasir. This merchant family, formerly known as the Cheese Kings, made their fortune by importing and selling cheese from all corners of Surakesh in the city. There was a time that their influence was greater than even some of the 12 families, but now they are a shadow of their former glory. They are dedicated to small commercial operations and, more often, to scams. Today, a Sarani merchant by the name of Nani approaches Princess Celestia, calling for justice. It seems that he bought Ezkuz, a Kuzarami cheese said to be the color of purest white and sporting holes artificially created to better represent Kuza from one of the A Nasir. The cheese was substandard and the A Nasir mistreated Sitsin, Nani's servant, who was tasked with paying for the cheese. Bad luck. You should pay more attention to popular sayings next time. AKA, that's not my problem. Sorry, Whirlers sounds great. Cheese Fed mentioned? Yo. Cheese Fed leaked. Gotta go do it through separatists. I do care about separatists. Separatism is bad. Only because it, makes my life more difficult. Go and do another Lore Seeker for 250 experience. Almost have the favors with Vauri to join. We're going to just send our mercs in to die a bunch, I think, is my goal. Yeah, I mean, we do have some rebels out here. Why must there be rebels? We're friends. Friends would never rebel against friends. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out facts. There goes Nola Kaz dying to Katarata, which is exactly why I cut them off. Well, at this point, maybe I should just go to war with Haragstad, who is being killed by Yazel Mora. Cool. No. Making money, though. So that's great. Keep building these farm estates for the mission. But first of all, to access the rest of our mission tree, we need these islands. So it's never been easier. Why do I? Oh, right. No, there's no point in threatening war from him because I need to take a bunch of stuff. But from Ping Hoi, that avoids a war. I could just vassalize Van Difa and then annex them and give the land over, or I could just kill them. That's the other option. Now, how am I going to do that? I don't exactly know. I'll be real with you. That one, I'm not so sure about. Okay, you gotta deal with their rebels. They developed that gold mine yet? Nope. Could develop mine a little bit more, to be fair. Go, expand administration. So that we're getting more gold money flowing in. We have the favors. Are our troops in position? Kind of. And by kind of, I mean no. Not really. 2% missionary strength and 50 more admin points. Thank you very much. Down. You know what? Let's... Oh, we almost had enough. Damn. Let's put us over our governing capacity again. But we can start to perhaps fix that problem with governing capacity buildings. There's our truce with Haragsteda up. You know what? We're here, right? We're here. We might as well just deal with them real quick. In and out. 20-second adventure. No problems. No worries. No downsides. No losing. In, out. Bada bing, bada boom. You mean admiral? No. You know that's not how that works. You gotta wait till I ask for a leader. Also, did the Raj convert to Suhan's praxis? No. Not yet, at least. Man has a pretty big coalition against them. You gotta go grab that. Very quickly run in here. Hydrate, you got it. Move your attrition merc stack. Yeah, I mean, I was about to attack, so I was like, ah, it's not a big deal. Like, we can move him back to Azkasur. It just... I'm just gonna throw him into a couple of battles and then delete him. Guess means I should hire a new merc stack. It's almost like elves not reproducing quickly is kind of a problem. Almost like it makes it to where they can't go to war a bunch, and that's why the elven nations of Bulwar use human militaries, because humans are like little rabbits, and they just keep creating more humans. Weird. Weird. And then you think about goblins, and you're like, even their manpower recovery speed now is probably not accurate. They should probably just have unlimited gobos. The goblin problem is not that it's... The restriction on goblins is access to food, not access to creating more goblins. So I'm not sure where the idea of there being lots of goblins comes from. Like, why is it that we assume that goblins breed like rabbits, you know? Where does that idea come from? Is it a Tolkien thing? Is it just like a pop culture thing where we just kind of assume that now? They are small, so less is needed to gestate them, I guess. Man. Fight him here. I gotta go back and do it. Rebels. I don't want to peace out yet because I want to rival the Raj. I have to be at peace to do that. Haragsteda. Definitely want this. You know, I don't think it's a bad idea to just take all their Nolish provinces on their borders, and then from there we can just kind of take whatever. Right? We don't care about the stuff that's not Nolish. Not a problem. Celestalia is pretty good at just changing to Knoll or human or Harpy Mill. Yeah, I mean, we could probably still change to human if I really wanted to. Oh yeah. We could very easily switch over to human military. And perhaps we should at some point. Elves, man. Oh, that discipline. Makes you almost forget about the manpower recovery speed issue. Almost. Freedom from slavery. You're welcome. Not that you should have to thank me, but you're welcome. Yeah, we're pretty cool like that. Pretty awesome. Alright, Raj, you are officially hereby declared cringe. No, I'm not declaring war directly on you. Ayar Hashar. I want Mesfire. Vandifa. I will just not co-belligerize you and annex you. Do a regular conquest. Well, we might have to do reconquest. Well, we know we might. We'll do recon. Bavaria does not want to join, by the way. Accepting would destabilize them, apparently. I should have asked them to prepare for war. Oh well, I didn't. I guess I don't need them. Let's get our good general in charge, and let's move it. I don't know why it would destabilize them. They must have high opinion of, like, literally one person that's in this war. Or Kellen immediately lands troops over here. Okay. Tell you what, did not expect that. Grab this discipline guy. Let's stop speed 5-ing. Let's lock in. th. I get there on the 27th. It's dry lands. 4 shock general, 6 shock general. Move you over. Like all their troops. Don't care about this right now. Literally 100,000 troops. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. The problem is I can't really reinforce those troops easily, but I was gonna say neither can the Raj, but they can. The Raj is big enough now to where they can reinforce in a decent amount. Let's bring these 20,000 over. We can come back and deal with rebels later. Yeah, grab this Highlands fort. We will. The AI is allowed to do it. I'm allowed to do it. Let's barrage it. I also want to start building the Golden Highway in Bulwar proper. Let's spend the money. Get going. We got to build all of them, so might as well just do it right now. Torch this. That way he can't reinforce. Really hoping for a stack wipe there, I won't lie. Kind of left these troops in isolation now. Probably not the smartest of ideas. I've got another 38,000 troops incoming. These 19,000 should be able to carry this on their own. We got to make sure that we either give this core to somebody or release a tag or something. That's the goal. You know what I didn't build over here, which would have been kind of important? Transport ships. 4, 5, 6, 7. And we'll probably do. That'd be probably good enough. Does base Jad get more manpower recovery speed? Oh, I don't think so. You have to play Jad very carefully is the thing. You will be out of manpower as Jad until you are not. And then you'll have manpower. Forever. It's kind of how it goes. Isn't one of the Jad religion things give manpower? The Holy Orders, right? Holy Orders? I mean, they might. It's been a while since I played Jad, so I don't remember. That would not surprise me. The faith thing. Oh, right, they have reformed stuff, not Holy Orders. They're reformed. And it has been a while since I played Jad. Cheeky little stack wipe there, by the way. Maybe we should just do a regular Jad game. I mean, this is just Jad, but like, I'm not gonna say better, but similar, very similar. Wow, you're clearly playing Jad now. True, what am I talking about? Clearly this is... Everybody knows that this is Jad. Forts on our borders. Baharzil is technically better because it's a mountain, but Bazabar prevents anyone in the mountains from leaving the mountains other than to Bazabar itself. Prevents them from walking to Akatbar. We should probably build something in Harpy Land. Like, I do want to make sure that we have decent borders. So I don't think the Forbidden Plains is quite going to be a problem for forever, I should say. Pink flavor Jad. Yes, this is pink Jad instead of orange Jad. Oh, did I never start coring that? Damn. Alright, glad I built these two mountain forts. They're both level 3, so they're not going to be able to get through them quickly. I could try and secure Durash to Deni, or I could just walk to the Raj's capital. I just need to get him out of the war, so forget that. I'm going to their capital. Take the 3 siege general. Get over there. The less I have to deal with the Raj, the better. There. Need you to deal with these rebels, and I need this to be cored up. You have a study magic going? Good. Thank you for saying that, though. Lore Seeker. I don't usually use Lore Seeker. I would rather develop, but the mission tree is going to require 3 legendary schools, so I don't exactly have the luxury of sitting around and waiting for that to happen. Especially because I can't, well, I guess I could. I don't want to click the buttons that give us magical infamy. So I do got to find a way to make that up. Equestria rebuilt. While no city is built in a day, a mere decade seems as the blink of an eye. As for how far we have come, standing in the shattered ruin of Galu-Ibar Gate a decade past, it seemed hopeless task to restore a long-abandoned city crawling with squatters and monsters. And yet, Equestria has bloomed into an oasis in every sense. An ancient spiral pipework that delves down into some hidden enclave at the river still faithfully pipes water through the citadel even after what must have been 1,000 and odd years. It feeds a system of pipe-like flows tucked away in the eaves of the caverns, which themselves feed crystal clear pools of water scattered through labyrinthine twists of the hand-hewn city. The few shafts of sunlight that peek in past the shattered crest of the mountain foster beautiful gardens, planters, and hanging pots filled with topsoil from the fertile land downstream. This little bulwark of the sands shines with ample splendor to suit an empire. Downriver, the modest city of Suruzagnu had largely dominated the region, but the reconstruction of the Equestria has outpaced it in glory. Just as it has flourished, so too blooms the little stone of the stone palace. While the traders, diplomats, and sightseers are most often drawn to the now bustling Galuabar's stone-hewn markets, the whole region grows prosperous into an oasis in the overland route from Bulwar through the Salahad. The ancient dwellings, inhabited on and off for 1,000 years, now play host to shops that hawk exotic goods from the 4 corners of Halan. Their patios draped in tapestries of elven silk that shield the markets from the beating sun of the great rift above. The cries of exotic beasts, the smell of 1,000 cuisines, welcomes weary travelers. Equestria, the city of world's desire. At the end of the game, we get minus 50% local dev cost, plus 50 supply limit, plus 10% local defensiveness, and it creates a level 1 center of trade in Equestria. Which is bad. Let's upgrade those. Learnings of an Elder. I think there's more admin points, right? Yeah. Just more admin points works for me. We're looking good on owning all of the Knoll land. Yeah. Jakab Faru. Yeah, I should have. I didn't even think about that until this second. Who are you allied to? Probably Nadurabu. No, Benwarji. Okay. The Durbus doesn't look like they're doing too hot this game. That's fine. If I'm confident enough to fight the Raj, I should be confident enough to fight the Gab Faru. Wonder what the kobolds would think of Celestia? Oh, well, that's easy. Dragon. Obviously. He's just a dragon. Alright, Raj. I would like your war reps. I could try and get a humiliate here, but I don't think it's worth my time or my resources. I'd rather just stop fighting the Raj. We gotta make our way down to Sardica. We'll keep using these mercs to siege down. Can do that. You walk up there and deal with them. You go there. Probably send these 18,000 troops somewhere else. I can send them back to deal with some rebels. How about that? Did that just say Vorkal Gulan? Yo! Vorkal Gulan is so back! Mulin. L Mulin. Grizhood. Grizhood World Conquest win. Who's gonna do that? Also, I can rebuild the Golden Highway and the Far Salahad. Let's start that. I get a general from the nobles. I can purchase an age ability that doesn't really matter. I can do a government reform, which does. Tier 5 military doctrine organization. While I do love war games, we're not drilling, so war games is essentially useless. Environmental protection charms for the land attrition reduction, not necessarily the worst idea if we're going to have to keep going into Rahen. Wind shapers is useless. Bottomless bags for more supply limit, cheaper reinforced cost, faster reinforced speed, pretty nice. Fodder, don't really care. Specialized troops, don't really care. Mage shields, don't really care. So yeah, I think we just go bottomless bags. We really like to get up to like tier 13, but it's gonna be quite the thing to ask for. All right, I guess it's time to see if we can actually land on Vandifa. I hope we can. We have 31 galleys. I'm hoping that they just don't engage with me. They just let me land. You do the carpets? We could start trying to build up towards the carpets. The thing is, we need 2 silk provinces that have 13 Diplo, and 2 naval supply provinces that have 13 Diplo Dev as well. Oh, honest to God, I'd rather just keep doing War Seeker when we can. Really does just seem good, but I do know that it's really good to get the carpets. Where are my silk provinces? Bulwar. It couldn't hurt to develop Bulwar a little bit. 12, not 14, right? 13. There's neither of the options I chose. I guess I could develop Zanbar up. Because it needs to be Zanite culture. Yeah. Then it's the naval goods ones, which those ones suck to develop, so I'm not going to do that right now. Do we need institution? No, I mean it's already spreading. We're good on the institution now. I need the money, I think, to embrace it. Money. I do need to spread it a little bit more. That's not too far off in a lot of these places. We're good. Troops are moving in to help siege this stuff down. Arakellan's gonna land because they're annoying as heck. Put you on rebel suppression. Try and get rid of these rebels. Thank you much. Oya Beretti rebels need to be dealt with. Bring these 18,000 guys back. Now, Nolikaz Truce is up 23. Yep, this will be the end of these mercs. I don't need them anymore. Not needing to pay for them. Honestly, just go along the southern coast here and hope that they don't move their boats to reinforce. A lot of people with boats around these parts. Laurent announces me as a rival. Fair enough. I did rival them first. Can't be too mad. And let's pick up 10,000 troops. No cannons, but that's alright. Antifa does not have a fort. Cool. So that means that we'll be able to grab everything that we need here from IR Hashar, at least for now. Where do our missions have us going after that? Edu Shukeru needs 15 development and a shipyard. That's not Edu Shukeru. Fun fact. Is it been renamed? Nope. Well, good news. We got a shipyard for free from an earlier mission, so that's pretty sweet. It just needs 15 development now, which it has. I just need to upgrade the center of trade here, and then we're good. Do need 4 more farm estates, though. I'd rather save up the money and build the next Golden Highway. I think that would be the smarter investment to make. Blockade van. We can take it faster. I think our next war is Likmacat, who has allied Bois de Kinchi. Of course they have. Why would they not? So let's build up a spy network on them. How's Equestria incorporated into Anbennar? It is a crossover. Technically, April Fool's joke is the thing. There's no actual like canon lore crossover. As far as I'm aware, this is not canon. It's just a neat little crossover. Oh, it's one of the other. I'm dumb. I don't need to develop the thing. I'm fool. Establish the Zemu Karash. Magic carpets and flying platforms have been an important part of Bulwar's warfare for millennia. However, only recently it became possible to produce vehicles in bigger quantities, and to recruit and find the mages needed to use them. The creation of the Zemu Karash, the Army of Heavens, will allow our country to rule the battlefield, destroying our enemies from the skies. 10 years, we'll get something. The timeline is split. Now, how does the Equestria at War crossover with Gigastructural Engineering work? Does that mean that Anbennar in a certain timeline is now canon with a Stellaris game? Can the elves go and build Dyson spheres? Is that what that means now? Probably. Oh boy. The multiverse thing. It really does get everywhere at some point. Precursor Empire is the Zroni. I wouldn't understand because I get the same goddamn precursors every time. I get the big ones, I get the tree one, and I get... What's the other one? Let's get... I can't remember. There's a third one that I usually get though. Every time. Every time. Ooh, come on. Gotta give me something different. Every once in a while, surely. That's got to go to Naleni. Go. Naledi now owns Vandifa. I'm sure the Haramari there will be fine, right, guys? Surely? I couldn't imagine the Haramari there having a bad time. That'd be weird. This, all that. And I need you to return Zute Kareb to Likmakat. Thank you. Right? I think that's all we need for now. Yep. Cool. Break your alliance with the Raj. Break your alliance with Arkellen. Give me max money. Give me war reps. Have a nice day. Deal with these rebels. Move back into our territory. You will get fired. You, put you on island, deal with them, bring you back, just kidding, move you over to Vandifa. Just kidding again, don't do that. I've changed my mind. Because we're going to war with Likmakat, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay, we can help deal with them. You need to help deal with those. Can I seize land? Is that why they have particularists? I cannot, because I have rebels, apparently. Ah, damn. I missed a province. I do be missing the provinces. 1521 is the Raj. 1520 is all the Prabi. 1523 is Nolakas. 1528 is Harag Steda. So yeah, we're kind of doing our own thing here for a minute. This means we go get Likmakat. I hereby declare you cringe. Declare war for... What do you exactly need? I can't remember what this province is called. We can go for Ikshef. I do need his land, is the thing. I'm just not going to be able to separate piece him out for it, so I'm not going to worry about co-militarizing him. I just can't go. I can't take that right now. I'm not going to worry about it. I don't have any cannons down here. Leave the cannons behind. Block the rest of the troops. Let's go pick up the cannons and we'll boat them over. Faster. It's not Likmakat, it's Likmakat. Oh, I'm well aware of what it's actually called. I know. But the first time I read it was Likmakat, and it stuck, and I think it's funny. You may not think it's funny. I think it's a knee slapper. I'm gonna keep calling it Likmakat. How do you like turning the world pink? You know, it's an easier pink to look at than another pink. You know, it's much softer on the eyes than Hellum. Much softer on the eyes. Dreamer getting sloppy. What? No jokes. I forgot. No jokes. We're very serious here on the PoeMu channel. No jokes. No fun. Only min-maxing. Only winning. We gotta lock in. Win. Rah. I wonder if Nolakaz has vision of this. What's this called again? No, that's that area. The Gulf of Rahin. Underneath it, it's something. It's something. Is it the West Salahad coast? I guess that would make sense. Ooh, is it the Coffee Coast? I don't remember. And we like just played there not too long ago. But it's the Coffee Coast, he can't see it, unfortunately. Build a spy network up on Wadakinshi. Call that progress. These harpies have got to get some forts. Because this is not good. Not an acceptable way for this to be going. No, my cannon! You bastards! I spent good money on that cannon. Oh, wow. They actually defended themselves pretty well there. You should know this by now. The only people allowed to make jokes are chat, because you're the Jester Collective. You know what? I won't disagree with you there. You guys are clowns. I agree. Chat is clowns. That chat said that, not me. I'm just agreeing, okay? True. Big if true. Get the ringlet C. It will probably be useful. Is this code? Is this code? Are you telling me that it will be useful? That I have to go into the ringlet C? Do I have to take a colonial idea? Please don't tell me I have to take a colonial idea. I hate taking colonial ideas. 4,000 ducats. Plane wide moment. We can sell seas after this war. It'll be fine. The roost is here, isn't it? Yeah. Well, they could build a roost here. There's not like a pre-made roost. But this is, well, if we upgrade it, doesn't it get a roost? No. The games could restart though. They can play basketball. Ah! My subjects have no forts. Nor can they afford forts, so it's not even like I could build them if I wanted to. Though they are marches. Can I pay for them? We could. I didn't even think about that, because they're technically marches. That may be worthwhile. That way this doesn't happen. Every war. There's also all this land to think about. But I'm going to save up for the institution. Institution first. Making 90 ducats a month. EU4 moment. Just keep going to war until you fix your economy. Simply keep clicking declare war and eventually your economy will be fixed. When do you leave? The 5th and the 8th. I arrive on the 9th. Move in here just in case. Just one more loan. Just one more loan. Learnings of an elder. I will take admin points. Thank you. Ooh, you know what else I need to do? Study harder. Divination. Lore Seeker. Boom. Now we just need one more event and we'll be legendary in divination. And then we'll never lose a horse race ever again. Which is of course the goal of every Anbennar campaign. To make sure that you can gamble better than anybody else by cheating. This little guy needs to run away. He's 37. Gotta move out. Ooh. Does divination actually tell you which horse is going to win? Yes, it does. Legendary divination tells you which one wins. It is just cheating. And it's funny. And I like it. I wouldn't mind taking this admin tech, but again, there's no reason to take it. Catarata wants military access. Why? Are you at war with Yazel Mora? Attacking Matabo, who is a satrapy under Catarata. I mean, sure, man. If you think that's going to help you, but I don't think it is. Gonna help you at all. Build that there. Will we ever see Estel? Probably not. I've played them in the past, and I'm not a huge fan of undead military. So, though the manpower recovery speed from undead military would be appreciated right now. I do need land from this guy. It's only 3 provinces, though. Means I should probably just white piece him out. Yeah, white piece him. That'll be fine. It'll be fine. Who are you? Oh, a spine on. Okay. Put the wipe here. Back over. Null Truce is up in a gear. Which one is it again? No, it's not. 23. 23. 23. 23. 23 is the Null Truce. Now, I'd like to just immediately go into my next war against Sedar Gatenma. But I can't feed it over to Naleni, so... Maybe I should have just kept these guys in and taken it. No. I don't think Naleni can handle that. I'm already probably going to be pushing them to the edge of what they can handle in this war. I'm gonna use him and an illusion magic to show you a complete fabrication. You should have known. Only orange wins. I mean, that's what I believe. I always bet on orange, but you know, for whatever reason, the game doesn't seem to agree with that statement. I do not need any of your land. I want you to go away. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, I say as I'm the one declaring wars, but you know what I mean. We can go to Dak Mender. I guess we can drill them? Question mark? I don't know what our next war is going to be. What do I do with myself? Oh, well, there's my answer. 5 or all. If less than 5 exist, Sky Domain nations, including all that own a slave province, have 100 opinion. Threatened or friendly attitude towards near Equestria. Opinion modifier of at least 90. Improved opinion. Then I guess we can integrate them. I suppose. Oh. Is that so? Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. Casual. Casual own the trade coast or whatever it's called. And then that'll be fine. We'll get that now. Then they'll give us claims here. But my truce with IR Hashar isn't up for a while. 1530. Through with Raj? Why? Next mission? Oh, you're right. That's kind of annoying. Plans for improved relations? Yeah, I know. Should be close to embracing institution now. Here we go. Brace, I can take admin tech, I can take mill tech, I can skip diplo tech, and we can do the funny, and we can take diplo ideas. Right, and we get up to minus 20% province war score cost. +1 diplomat, minus 25% diplo advisor cost. Complete another national idea, generosity. Generosity is the fourth element of harmony, teaching us that the gift of giving is one that often reciprocates in kind. Through charity, we help our friends stand tall beside us, and we can always rely on them to provide for us in return. Just as Celestia has given all we have, so too shall we give her whatever she requires of us. Minus 10% construction cost, minus 2 national unrest. Need more cannons. Last time I built them, some jerk killed them. We can upgrade our horses. Currently have Jadari horse archers. Yeah, Jaharian, Oralka, Dazim are definitely better. No denying that. We can upgrade our cannons to culverins as well. This. Ooh, I forgot to give that over to Naleni. I will. After this war. Valerie wants knowledge sharing. I will accept that. They're gonna get it anyways, so me making money off it is great. I am way over my governing capacity though. Merchants, governing capacity. Adventurers, I'd also like governing capacity, but I don't want my autonomy to be all fricked up. You drill. Not doing living test subjects. That's evil, and we don't do evil things. Okay. What's gonna give me claims on Katarata? Seems that this will. All provinces in the Hatmot area have been improved at least one time. Okay, that's crazy, but alright. And they have to be in zone of control of a fort. Damn. In the best case, we would put one on Rashukes. This needs to be a fort. And this needs to be a fort. Another one somewhere. Friends don't let friends test magic on people. True. How long is this mission tree? Not short. The only answer I know. No! Fuck you, Blada Kinchi. Get rolled, bozo. Get absolutely rolled. You thought you could be a little rat and walk up here and wipe my drilling troops, but no. You're just simply not him. Get out of here. Little thinking they could like that. Let's start a golden age. And I'm definitely taking minus 25% war score cost versus different religions. It's funny. +1 diplo relations. Get Bois de Kinchi out of here? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Bozo. Real bozo behavior. I think that's enough to get legendary, right? Yep. There's legendary divination. Let's go for abjuration. Study magic. Spend more effort. Go to, well, let's save our diplo for now. Lickmacat, thank you for playing. Give all that land over to my subject. War reps, have a nice day. Okay, yippee. I can now seize some land and give the adventurers governing capacity. Golden Highway is constructed. Naleni, I'm so sorry for giving you more overextension, but you do want this province, so I'm going to give it over to you. Then this 1,700 ducats is going into governing capacity. I know that we need to build another... Oh no, I already did it. Okay. Well, I definitely want to get Bulwar to be fixing those old canals for sure. We'll work on that. But for right now, we can sever the slave trade. At last, our control over the Gulf of Rahen extends all across the eastern Sarhal coastline between our friends in the Damascus in Naleni. That, in addition to the constant naval patrols by our friends keeping a watchful eye over the waters, has all but severed the slave trade that fed into Rahen. Finally, we can rejoice, knowing that no longer will innocent people be forced into servitude by those who only desire power and wealth above all else. The chains are broken, and the precious freedom all creatures deserve has spread that much farther. Past and present. Zaka looked over his shoulder for the 15th time to see the Maketi guards still standing at their posts close by, watching his every move. It had been the only way for Celestia to convince them to allow him entry into Damascus in the first place, on this island of the free. None could deny the sacrifices his pack had made in securing the end of the slave trade here, but the guards had still made it utterly clear that they were ready to kill him to protect their people, no matter what Celestia wanted. The Knoll couldn't exactly blame them. He had never been to Kogzala and Kagrafa packs personally, but he had heard of their practices while serving under his father, and as he watched the celebrations in full swing on Lashni Hill of Maketi and Mengi families reunited after years of bondage, he could not help but wonder what fate his pact with Celestia had averted. Perhaps in another world without her, he followed in his father's paw steps and mercilessly slaughtered all these humans to the last. The mere thought of destroying a place of beauty like this filled him with guilt. "Excuse me, mister. Who are you?" Snapping out of his trance, Zaka looked down to see a small human child watching him with curiosity in her eyes. "Zaka," he answered, keeping an eye on his wary guards. "Follower of the sun." "You follow the sun?" She looked up to the sky. The sun had set long ago, the moon taking its place among the stars. "I think you might need to catch up." The comment nearly got a laugh out of Zaka. "No, I think I'm right where I need to be." The human sat down next to Zaka on his small hill next to the tree. It was rather cold out given how late it was, and yet Zaka still almost jumped up from surprise when the child leaned against his fur at his side. "What is it like, following the sun all the time?" she asked. "Is it hard?" Zaka looked across the field to where Celestia was, talking to a few Maketi and Mengi officials. "Yes," he admitted. "It's hard." "Then why do you do it?" Zaka did not hesitate when giving his answer. "Jaher? Wait, who are you?" Wait, that's the localization from the other event. I don't know. I would assume it just like says friendship or something. A job never finished. When Celestia had gotten the invitation from Damascus to partake in a celebration for ending the Rahan slave trade, she had been all too happy to accept. It was certainly something worth the festivities, and any reason to return to Lashni Hill was good enough. They had even allowed Zaka to visit this time, who seemed to be, if not enjoying the company, then enjoying the beauty of the park. For once, Celestia felt as if she could relax and forget about her quest to return home for a moment, that she could simply be herself and be happy. Unfortunately for her, there was a reason these moments rarely lasted long. A group of Maketi and Mengi approached her, their usual serious looks still on their faces. "We hope you enjoyed your time here, Celestia," the Damasti began with a respectful bow. "We take our festivities very seriously, and there is little more in the world worth celebrating than freeing innocence from bondage. Of course, it was a pleasure meeting with your people and seeing families reunited. With the end of slavery in the Gulf of Rahan, I hope a new era of peace and prosperity follows for all of us." "Yes, about that." A Mengi stepped forward, a grave look on his face, somehow more serious than the Maketis. "We thank you for your liberation, but slavery in Sarhal and Rahan is far from over. The facilitators of it all, the Knolls of the south who enslaved us, and the buyers of the Rahan coast who sell us to the highest bidder in Rahan, remain unpunished. You have cut their lines, but I am certain they will find new ways to profit off our servitude with time." Celestia frowned. For every problem she solved, two more seemed to be hiding right behind it. It seemed evil here was just like that of Equestria. It was persistent, nearly impossible to root out entirely, and would strike you when you were most complacent. She would not make the same mistake she did 1,000 years ago. "The creatures behind the enslavement of your people will be punished," she assured the humans, "as will those who bought and sold them. But please, tonight is not what the future will hold for us. Tonight is looking back at all we have already achieved and keeping hope and joy in our hearts." Her words seemed to ease the group as they nodded to themselves and each other, but even as they walked off, Celestia knew this matter was nowhere near settled. Today was a victory, but justice was still yet out of reach. One day our task will be done, but today is not that day. Damascus gets permanent claim on all Knoll provinces in the Gazrak and Drek Saret regions. We gain permanent claims on all Sarhali provinces of Ursmahappen, Pyroclaw Knoll, and Fieldstalker Knoll culture, except if Damascus has already received permanent claims on them. And we get permanent claims on every province owned by Avu Abaya, Sarkasabid, Davharal, Ayar Hashar, and Prukakin. as well as for any land they controlled in 1444. We get Dasmati Friendship until the end of the game, giving minus 10% shock damage received, minus 15% war score cost versus other religions, and plus 1 naval combat bonus off of own coast. Now that is an upgrade to Dasmati Friendship, which is minus 10% shock damage received and plus 1 naval combat bonus off of own coast. So we get more province war score cost reduction. Did I need to go Diplo ideas? What are we at right now? We're only at minus 25%. Well, that's not true. We're at minus 50%. Can I annex the command in one war? No, but they are 407% war score. I can almost annex the Raj in one war. IR Hashar is 46% war score. You think we're at minus 65%? Oh, yeah. No, you're right. I didn't add in that new 10%. It's also not showing up here on province war score cost. So, is it applying? Oh, right. War score cost versus different religions. You're right. War score cost versus other religions is at minus 40%. So 46. Yeah, we're at minus 65%. You're right. So we're gonna have to deal with a bunch of rebels over here for sure. We're gonna have to go to war with Buvauri again. We should probably break our alliance with them. We'll just take their land when we go to war with IR Hashar. Take that money. Do all of that. Now, what claims did Damascus get? Why would you give them permanent claims here? I'm not giving them that land. Frick you, Damascus. I don't think I'm going to give them anything else. I think I'll just keep all this for myself. Repair them canals. I can't because I think we're still technically working on the Golden Highway there. Cheese from the past. Used to be a very funny way to end the run. One of the oldest cheeses of Bulwar and a favorite of the merchants that roam the Golden Highway. The Bet Vizaya is a variety of white cheese made with milk from sheep or goats. Currently, most Bet Vizaya belong to the Nakta Bet Vizaya variant, which after a first maturation period is reduced into tiny bits by passing it through a mincing machine. Then subjected to a second and third maturation period for a total of 3 months. After this, the cheese is ready to be enjoyed by the Sorani and their friends in Segdir. An old text from the time of the Jin Sultanates, attributed to a cheese master known as Adraya, has been found in the libraries of Eduzvakan, containing the oldest recipe of Bet Vizaya known to date. The recipe details the creation of what we know is brined Bet Vizaya, a strong cheese of fast creation that after 4 to 5 days is ready for consumption. However, the recipe is accompanied by incantations to keep demons away from the cheese. Some scholars believe that the incantation enhances the cheese, while others believe that it is a curse. One of the scholars made the cheese, but no one is brave enough to eat it. Would be funny, but we're already at 666, so I'm just gonna not eat the cheese that could possibly kill our immortal pony, alicorn person. Make a poll? No poll. No cheese. No cheese. Literally 1984. No cheese allowed. Cheese only for elves. Ponies do not get cheese. Sorry. You lazy missionaries? Well, ain't nothing I can do about that. I don't know what to tell you. They're on auto conversion. Learnings of an elder. I will take the Diplo points. Okay. 22. So, 23 is Nolikaz and Kogzala, so that's our next war. Let's get a stack moving over there. You can convert subject provinces. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. He's automatically doing it. I don't know what to tell you. They're coring it. We have too much conversion speed. Not enough provinces. Need more war. Should have gone religious ideas confirmed. If we had had religious ideas, then I could have gone to war with like Keterata or something. Already. Sure. Sure. Weston was elected emperor again. Sure. Need more cannons. Well, that's 10 months of manpower to build cannons. 9 months. We're gonna have to go to war with Jagab Faru as well. The diplomat, more improved relations, and loyalty. Loyalty is the fifth element of harmony, teaching us that true friends stand side by side with each other no matter what happens. Through thick and thin, we remain united as our devotion to each other and to Celestia is unwavering and unshakable. We shall never turn our backs on our friends, and we trust in each other as we trust ourselves to do the right thing. We're so close to minus 7.5% all power cost and 20% more governing capacity. Now we can repair the old canals. The city of Bulwar's canals, which could connect the two branches of the Saran River, the Saran and the Bruanon, have fallen into disrepair. Repairing them shall surely improve the appeal of Bulwar as a center of trade. Dredge the old canals. Build more of those farm estates. We'll do this. All provinces with Field Stalker and Pyroclaw cultures will become Sandfang. Permanent claim on all Wind Howler and Sea Scourge Knoll cultured provinces, as well as the regions of Akasik and the West Salahad. Okay, well, that's a bit of a skip, don't you think? Bit of a skip. We're kind of skipping over Keterata. Though I know that we're supposed to get it through here, and then we can go through Keterata. He has to watch My Little Pony. You know, I don't, is the thing. I don't have to watch it. It's okay. Some things I don't need to know. Great project needs workers. The Great Bulwari Canal Reconstruction Expansion Project has required the hiring of a great many local laborers. This has resulted in a labor shortage in Bulwar. Your advisors have proposed a number of solutions. Bring in the dwarves. Yeah, bring in the dwarves. Always bring in the dwarves. We're going to anti-monstrously befriend you. A legend of song. Plenty of people have died and been hastily discarded into the mud of the old canals over the years. The dredging crew has found several such bodies, mostly unremarkable corpses. However, one corpse got their attention, for it bears the signet ring of an old adventurer of some renown, the young sun elf charlatan Evorus the Splendid. His sudden disappearance became a song which is still sung in taverns to this day. Everyone assumed he was kidnapped by harpies, but his corpse suggests he was merely drunk and fell in the mud. Does this mean we need a new song? Put you up here, get all of that occupied. That sounds fine. Brag's done it. Oh. I don't know what this says. I can't drag it back down. I'm sure it says something important, though. Back in Equestria, Celestia had enjoyed holding open court for her little ponies. Sure, there was certainly the annoyance every now and then, perhaps a socialite from Canterlot looking to enter her good graces for personal benefit, or exceedingly minor issues that could easily be solved without her intervention. But it was all worthwhile to truly hear from her subjects, to understand their desires and adjust her goals accordingly to help fit them. To stay connected and grounded to the world around her is something difficult for an immortal alicorn like herself. That was why she had encouraged a similar process here in Bulwar, an open court so that all creatures could have their plights be heard. It was also why an escaped Raheni slave stood before her now with news from the east. Speak, Celestia invited warmly to the seemingly timid human. Please, there is nothing to be afraid of here. The Raheni eyed the gnolls nearby before beginning. Great Celestia, I ask for your help, he said. My home of Rahen has fallen into turmoil after you ended the slave trade. Many states have taken to forcing the Hitiyari into what was once being done by slaves. The Haramari do little to help us in these times. Hitiyari? The lower caste, Endrelian offered, who was standing by her side, mostly made up of the Raheni humans, expected to serve the upper caste of the Haramari. There's a lot of cultural and religious history involved, but that's simply the simple way to put it. I see. Celestia's muzzle curved into a slight frown as she turned her attention back to the former slave. Well, what do you think I should do? I hope you do not believe that slaves are necessary for your home to function. He shook his head. They speak of you as a liberator, he pleaded, as a destroyer of oppression. The caste may have loosened from the loss of slaves, but we still have no way to escape from what our Kija at birth tell us to do. There must be something to help my kin in Rahen. The states of the Raj would make powerful enemies, Endrelian warned. Bringing an end to the Ragamadesh slave traders on the Raheni coastline will force their attention regardless, but they may not take kindly to attempting to intrude into their affairs. And yet I cannot stand by while oppression continues at our borders either, Celestia countered. We cannot do anything yet, but soon I will set this right. Thank you, human, for bringing this to my attention. Zaka, please make sure he is given a proper room and rest from his travels. The Raheni looked absolutely terrified as the gnoll led him out of the room. We'll have to deal with Rahen sooner or later. Preferably sooner. Preferably they just kind of let me at him. You will give me all this. All I can take. For it. I work hard, but missionaries work harder. Okay, so Nolakaz should get annexed there now. Ragstead truce is up in 28. This truce is up sooner though. Lickmacat will not currently join. Build 4 cannons there. Then let's check that mission that needs fort coverage. Technically, it only has it going down to here that needs fort coverage. Means I could just build a fort on this province and be done with it. Right? Well, except for the stuff that I have to now take off of Jagab Faru, which I will just do immediately. Why wait for the future when I could go conquer things now? Nobles should be close to giving me a general again. That would be appreciated. I'm about to max out on admin points. Well, good thing that I can buy down inflation, get rid of that. We're in the age of unraveling. I should build a spy network on... Well, I should just keep one person improved with the Raj completely. I should warn Yazel Mora so they don't conquer stuff. Here's Dak Kogzala. No, I can't. I don't know if I can take enough land off of Haragstad here. I'd rather just wait. Could state more stuff? That's true. We could state more stuff. Very, very true. Keep building more farm estates. Daka the Immortal Pony Express. He is getting a little bit old for a gnoll. I'll give you that. One man's junk. Among the countless discarded carts, empty wine bottles, broken pots, and generally unending piles of refuse, that has been pulled out of the mud-filled old canals during dredging, there are the occasional objects of interest. A long-lost bronze statue, made by the Sun Elf artist Celestalia, appears to have just been hastily discarded. Legends say that the statue was stolen many decades ago. I'll take the money, thanks. Golden Highway construction, Jagab Farou's capital has been taken. I could get Inno for taking tech early. Start stating this stuff up. More Diplo points. The cat separatists, they're already dealt with. Curse. Of course, this guy's dying as soon as I want to go to war with him. I could do both wars. Also, Diodaran moment. Now, Jagab Faru, I don't actually want that much. I want 12% war score. If you don't want to give 12% war score up, I don't know what to tell you. You're being kind of greedy. Let me make it 126. To at least level 2. Let's do Diplo Wrap. Dude, greed is good. I mean, greed is good, sure, but it's also great to just be done with it. Move on, man. This usually is land that I would trade company and not state up. I also don't know how I want to deal with Damastr's claims. I think I just keep the land for myself, honestly. You have debt? Here, I'll buy off your debt. How about that? You have your debt as well. Your debt too. Debt too. I could start to subsidize them, perhaps. Give it to them. Okay, well, I'm definitely not giving them anything here. I can give them the Haragstead stuff. I guess I should stop focusing admin at this point. Well, I guess there are actually two ways to go about this. Option 1, we stop focusing admin. Option 2, we make sure we're using the admin. Through massive amounts of conquest. Okay. Give me that. Money. Much. So sorry that you were at war with the Knolls and then I just kind of swooped in and took it all, but skill issue. Should we stop in Rahen? Exactly. We might not stop in Rahen. We might just keep going. Dredging the old canals. Recently, the laborers finished dredging the abandoned canals that once connected the two branches of the Saran River, the Saran and the Brunnen, through the city of Bulwar. Some barges are now able to transit the city, leading to an increase in trade. However, the constant loading and unloading to portage around the derelict locks and lifts limits how much trade the canals can reasonably support. Here are the locks and the lifts. I could take mill tech early, or I could do mill development. I actually wouldn't mind doing some mill development along the Saran. They are elves, so you know, any amount of manpower I can get is appreciated. We have a force limit of 185. We're at only half of our force limit. I'd like to be at it, but manpower. We can hire another merc stack, I guess. I need a mage tower province with 60 dev. Okay, good to know. Repair the old locks and lifts requires a great deal of complex engineering. Perhaps we should hire a foreign expert. 200 crowns to have it done 996 days earlier? Yes, please. Hey, any money. I should probably hire him. He's better than the National Unrest guy. I can't upgrade him, though. Oh, he's worse. So he is worse. I have 5 years. You know what? We could just fuck. Make a claim on Catarata. Who needs claims? I just need one claim. Let me add him. Let me add him. We need to dev the Southern River. That is also true. I do need to do that as well. We'll probably do that with admin dev, to be honest with you. State that yet, because there's still core and stuff in it. Go institution spread. You're offering me Inno for admin tech. Sure. But I will not be doing it with admin. Fun fact. Doo-doo-doo. We'll just stay focused on admin. New minority grows. Okay. Kindy area and the Ascension Cape area. I don't know where all of those. Seems that it's only highlighting stuff here, which is fine. That's fine. Did I? They're too rich and powerful. Press X to doubt. I'm not convinced of that, but okay. You go ahead and drill. That's fine. Ragsteda is up in 2 years. Feels weird to be at peace, but so be it. Build some guys. Seas land? I could sell seas here if I wanted to. I'll sell seas. That gives me a bunch of money. How many more farm estates do I need? 4, it says, technically. Oh, I need to upgrade that center of trade. Like, there are a lot of centers of trades that I could probably upgrade. Really put the time to it. At least build marketplaces and stuff. At least get all those basics done. I've kind of been ignoring it for a while. That to level 2. Get Bulwar to level 2. Here to 2. B. All the trade, all the trade. Give me all the trade. Marketplace. Double check that all these have marketplaces. They do. You don't know. Marketplace, marketplace, marketplace. That'll work. It's worth 1,000 more ducats. I think we might have enough farm estates, but I'm going to build that many more just to make sure. And now we will for sure have enough farm estates. There's the Crimson Deluge. In many regions of Canor, a horrible rain has started. Well, maybe they should worship the pony. Then they wouldn't have to worry about that. All I'm saying. All I'm saying. Let's see here. Wrong mission. Come back to that one. First development. 1, 2, 3. You need to be stated up. Courage development. Board up first. For you Monarch Point enthusiasts out there. There you go. Do a Diplo dev. Failed an agenda, apparently. Okay, so that works there. Now we're just waiting for these cores to be done. I can state these 2 states. Boom and boom. Give me the cores. Thank you. Bridge development. Mill. Bridge development. Mill. Is that one? Mill. Now I just need to have a fort built here, and that will complete. Okay. Army of the Heavens. Praise to the greatest, the most courageous of all rulers, the Princess of Nur Equestria. Praise the powerful. I praise Celestia, the greatest, the fiercest of all warriors, the conqueror of heavens. I sing again to the powerful one. Suriel exalted Celestia. Of all rulers, he raised her to the heavens, to march before the forces, to lead the host, to give the battle signal, to advance to the attack, to direct the battle, to control the fight. Unto her Suriel entrusted, in battle armor he made her sit, saying, I have uttered my decree. In the light of the world I have raised Celestia to power. The dominion over all heaven I have entrusted unto her. Be exalted, you, my chosen. May the light bless our radiant army. You'll be able to recruit mythical cavalry regiments. Our mythical cavalry regiments have minus 25% reinforced speed, minus 30% shock damage received, 0.3 cav shock. We unlock the Zimu Karash privileges for the mages and nobility estates. Okay, so the Magi. We can focus on flying platforms. In 1 additional unit of Zemu Karash, every 200 total development over 400, 10% shock damage. Focus on magic carpets, minus 10% shock damage received, or carpet siege. We just get a flat 10% siege ability. Yeah, obviously. And then I don't really care. Am I gonna build these? I mean, I probably should. Right? They cost mill points to build. So it's a way to inflate my group count without spending manpower. I don't know if I need to focus on one though. I don't really want to lower loyalty all that much. What does the nobles get though? The Zamu Karash Harpy support takes 10% crown land. We get 10% reinforced speed, minus 50% regiment manpower usage for mythical cavalry regiments. I don't think I need to give that out. Ragsteda is next. So 28. Xala is going to be at the same time. Statesman has perished. Go for that trade efficiency person, make more money. Some cannons. We could get more cannons. I do have 10 up here. They're just drilling for right now, but I can bring them down south. There's minus 20% province war score cost. So now we have minus 85%, I think, in total. We have minus 45% from province war score cost, and war score versus other religions gets minus 40, so that's minus 85%. How much war score cost to take Katarata? 54%. That does not include Korashesh, though, who's 5%. Or the Raj, who is 62%. Or the Command, who is 184%. We have what some people may say a little bit of province war score cost reduction. Like just a small, itty bitty, tiny little bit. But I would like to get my claims on Keterata before we do that. But we're about to get them, is the thing. And then it will technically be even cheaper to take. So let's get the 20,000 cannons down here. And when's this fort done? 29. Perfect. That's enough time to fight Haragsteta, full annex them, turn around, deal with Keterata. Let's get you up to a level 5 advisor. We're going to need the admin points. Now, does Keterata have any forts up here in the north? Not until Amoni Kardesh. So 3 cannons there. We have the money. We can figure out a way to fix the manpower. There's truce with Haragsteta up. Anti-monstrous. Here we go, go, go. I would like to be done with the wars in Hales in a relatively decent amount of time. I need to move you up because we're going to be probably doing multi-front wars now. Or multiple wars at a time, I should say. As we deal with Keterata and Rahen. Here. Making your way up. Is their capital taken? Let's quickly carpet siege our way out. I think you just keep making your way. How many troops does Keterata have? 30. Who are they allied to? No one I care about. We do have to be somewhat quick about that Keterata war, which is why I want to start it sooner rather than later. And that is brown Keterata could show up at any time, and I'd rather fight blue Keterata. Brown Keterata hurt. They hurt a lot. Now, do I care about this Haragsteta land? Yes, I do, actually. Do, in fact, care a little bit. I'd like to finish Diplo ideas, because if we finish Diplo ideas, I can get an additional diplomat. And I guess more Diplo rep and spy network construction. Speaking of, we are building a spy network on Keterata. This fort's gonna fall. Let's send this stack back to deal with them. Actually, you siege. You siege. You walk. You also walk too. You walk here. Siege that down. Maybe we do feed stuff to Damascus. I could save my admin for Keterata. We wanted to. Can I upgrade? Oh, right. I want to feed Damascus. It means I need to give them all this land for good borders. I suppose it doesn't matter too much. The thing is, this is all going to be an accepted culture of mine. Right? All provinces with Field Stalker and Pyroclaw cultures will instead become Sangfan. I guess that just means in general. It doesn't necessarily say that it's owned by me. Give the land for friendship. Okay. Counterpoint. They can't take as much land as I can. Skill issue. Like, if I feed all of this over to Damascus. Look at that. Lame. Look at that. 86% war score. How lame is that? And if I take it, because I'm better, it's 17% war score. We can always give it over to him. Nogzala, thank you for playing. No more slaves. Start coring it up. More governing capacity buildings, please. Why am I getting devastating rain? I own this one province. All right, fair enough. I do own the one province. That's fine. That's fine. We don't lose stability or anything, so it's not a huge deal. Unsieged. Now they're Keterada's gonna have allies down here that I'm going to have to deal with. Ooh, if I full annex Keterada, do I get satrapies as subjects? Probably not, right? Probably not, because I won't have the stuff. Magic. Magic is the final element of harmony, the strongest of all, which only appears when the other five are present. With magic, anything is possible, and no obstacle is too great with it on our side. With Celestia, there is nothing we cannot do, and with her as our teacher, the magic of friendship will grow eternal. Minus 7.5% all power cost and 20% governing capacity. Modifier. Let's get +1 diplomats, and we gain some spy network construction speed. You get their subjects. Yes, okay, but aren't satrapies specifically connected to their stuff? Also, does Koroshesh join if I declare war on Keterada? Or do I need to declare war on Koroshesh and then co-belligerize Keterada? Let's get this all figured out. What's going on here? What's going on down here in these provinces? There we go. None of it's null, so technically we don't need to take any of that. Damascus does have claims on these two provinces, so I might as well feed them over. Hey, complete this mission. I see. Okay, well. Give this over to him directly. Yeah, I'll give him stuff. I'll be kind. AKA, I don't want to spend honor points to core all that up. Think of it less as a kindness and more of a me absolving myself of any responsibility to core these provinces. So cheap to core though? Yeah, I mean, that's true. But I'm about to annex all of Keterada, and then I would not. If you were gonna put bets on how the Raj is going to look soon, I would not be betting very high for him looking good and healthy anytime soon. I think we'll be fine. There you go. Doesn't have a claim on this. Technically, I shouldn't have given him that, but we'll survive. I'll claim those, or core those 2 provinces. Yeah, it's also... But it's also junk land that I don't really want, necessarily. Alright, Pyre and Field. To our south lies the lands of the Pyreclaw and Fieldstalker Knolls, who have taken hold of the South Salahad and their upper part of the Mother's Sorrow. During their rule, they have displaced countless from the region of Gol and enslaved just as many to feed the profitable trade eastwards. It is clear we cannot tolerate the evil at our borders, but we shall not forget the lessons of Zaka and the Sandfang Knolls either. Once they have seen the error of their ways, we shall accept them as new friends, just as we accepted Zaka's pack long ago. Anyways, we culture convert them. We failed ugly borders. You cannot even see the borders. I have to go into the Diplo map mode. And also, that's not that ugly of a border. This might be, but this is fine. You can. No, you cannot. Okay? You have to look for it. And that's your fault. That's your problem if you want to look for it. Click the decision for colors. But what if I want them to be the same color? What if I just want my map color everywhere? You have perception of 20? Then you suffer. Suffer the consequences of that. Repatriation. A large part of refugees and former slaves that have taken in originate from Gol, particularly in settlements around the Mother's Sorrow. While many have chosen to integrate into new homes in the east, many others still wish to return home now that the Knoll threat has been pacified. We will, of course, aid in their journeys home and rebuild their villages and settlements from the devastation brought before our arrival. In addition, a series of forts will be constructed to protect the returning humans so that they may feel safe from any that may seek their destruction again. Home. It was something special for everyone. It was where your friends and family were. It was where you felt safest. But most importantly, it was where you felt you belonged. Being able to go home wasn't something Celestia could do yet, but it was something she could help others in doing. And as she watched more and more and formerly enslaved Keterodans finding their homes rebuilt good as new, the tears in their eyes as they reconnected with old friends and family, she knew that everything she had done had been all worthwhile. That should be about the last of them, Andrelian noted as the caravan of people slowly disembarked from their horses and wagons. The Knolls have agreed to keep their distance from any human settlements from now on, unless specifically invited, and the local fortifications have proven popular and effective at maintaining control and stability over the area. That's good to hear, Celestia replied, only paying half attention. Repatriations like this should be difficult for all parties involved, can be difficult for all parties involved. It may have been the right thing to do regardless, but I am glad that this was all done without issue. The elf nodded in agreement, looking up for a mere moment before going back to reviewing the scroll in his hands. Securing their freedom in their homes has made you very popular among the Ursmahappen, he continued, perhaps even on the same level as the Ket. The Ketarch has not yet taken a position on our new custodianship of the Upper Sorrow, but it is expected that as long as we do not interfere with the activities of the Ket, they should take no action against us. I do not wish to make more enemies. If the Ket are as powerful as what I have read say along the Sorrow, then keeping our distance may be best. No pony wishes to wake a sleeping Ursa in its den. Andrelian did not seem to understand the meaning of the metaphor, but nodded regardless. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he looked towards the horizon. It would seem as if one is approaching now, he said, with some disdain as Celestia began to make out a large boat moving along the Sorrow. We should leave. Now. Celestia was about to agree, but stopped. Certainly, the more outlandish stories of their decadence could not be true. If one had such power, to waste it on such frivolities would be, despite the advice of the elf. The Alicorn's curiosity got the best of her. I will return shortly, she said, before teleporting away. Uh-oh. Let's see what the Ket are up to. Cultures in those areas become Ursmahappen. Regain as an accepted culture. Every Mengi province owned by Equestria or our subjects will lose a point of development, but will add 2 development to a random Ursmahappen province. And Deshwamat gains a Celestia Worship Center Reformation. The event witnessing the Ket happens. I can only imagine you won't take this well. Witnessing the Ket. Celestia's expectations were admittedly low as she approached the pleasure barge. It had crashed onto the shore, though Celestia could see no visible damage on its opulent frame and decor. She could not say the same for the unfortunate house that had been its path. A human, one the Alicorn assumed was a former resident, was on his hands and knees in front of a figure with the head of a cat. It seemed disinterested in the whole affair until suddenly a hole appeared beneath the human, falling. The only thing Celestia saw left of them was their head, the rest stuck beneath the earth. What are you doing? Celestia nearly shouted as she quickly made her way over to the cat. What did this human do to you? The cat shrugged. He built his house in the way, it answered nonchalantly, barely giving any attention to the alicorn. Need I any more reason? Unless someone else built this house, but I really don't care either way. Pausing, it finally looked at Celestia. You're the horse the humans have spoken of, aren't you? Interesting. Let him go and apologize. You're the one who destroyed his home. And? Who are you to tell us what to do? The cat-headed creature entered a contemplative state for a moment, as if weighing his options. I suppose I can take a bit more time to make sure you know to respect us. It sighed, let's get this over with quickly. Celestia was already hovering above the ground with her wings as the hole opened up beneath her. Reactively, she cast a simple spell from Equestria, a mere concussive blast. Yet, when it impacted the ket, its eyes widened as the demigod stumbled backwards. That actually hurt, he said in disbelief, eyes suddenly filled with fear at Celestia. You hurt me! As the ket ran away from Celestia back towards his barge, Andrelian finally caught up with the alicorn. That isn't good, he warned. The ket fear nothing like what can harm them. I have no doubt the people we helped resettle will be caught in the crossfire. Then we have no choice, Celestia responded without hesitation. I have to teach these ket a lesson, whether they want it or not. Innocent lives are at stake. We must intervene. Near Equestria gains permanent claims on provinces in the Mother's Sorrow province group. Finally, my dream come true. I can go kick the ket's ass. Declare war immediately. Or a Keta, probably. Ketarat. They're war for Ketarat. I'll teach these goddamn cats a lesson. I'm sick and tired. I hate these guys. They're annoying as hell. 1 million dead cats! Today they're gonna learn some respect. They're gonna learn to respect an alicorn, I guess. But maybe humans too. Maybe they should just learn to respect everybody. No friendship for cats. Not allowed. Right on to here. We've repaired the locks and lifts of Bulwar. The craftsman we hired recently reported that the final boat lift is fully functional, completing the connection between the two branches of the Saran River. Our traders have already begun to exploit the new routes. A small warehouse district has been erected on the banks of the canals, which could perhaps grow into a major trade hub. Now I need to be at peace to start the next one. What ideas did they take? Admin Divine Offensive. They're cooked. They're cooked and they don't even know it yet. Admin Divine Offensive. Imagine. Imagine taking Admin Divine Offensive. What a bozo. Monopoly company formed. I will take that money. You do need to make your way over to help out. My vassals are also on their way to help. Let's build governing capacity buildings. I think we're good on governing capacity. You can never be too good. Question, why that province instead of one of the close to your borders get the ticking wars? So, I guess in this case, it actually doesn't matter since we have so much province war score cost reduction. But the province that you declare war for is a little bit cheaper in the peace deal, the claim war. So that's why. It doesn't matter for us. So technically speaking, I should have declared for one that was closer. Just habits. Just a habit. 41,000 troops. I don't need to pick that fight. Good to know that the cat is still stupid as hell. Some things never change. Sorry, yes, not vassals, friends. Our friends are coming. The friend tide has arrived, yes. Of course. could take Miltech. Not the worst idea in the world. I should... Ready to go into... I have the stack over here. Barrage is dying to the command. A little worried that Buvari will murk up here. Something we gotta keep in mind. May, in fact, do that. Sorry, Catarata, this is just simply the way it has to be. You know, it's like... Nothing personal, but... I'm seeing the overextension number go up. Just because we... Ooh, I can just leave these 2 provinces down here. I need that one. I can leave that province so I don't inherit their subjects. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. You know? Like, that's the thing. Like, just because I can do it doesn't mean I should. Why not? Because 344% overextension is a bit much. It's a lot. It's a lot of overextension, guys. It's a lot of overextension. But it would be funny. Gotta kill the Catarata at some point, right? 100 prestige too. Hey, huge. The Mengi states. Apparently, this is completable. Yeah, sure. The Mengi may have been victims of slavery themselves, but have also continued to both use and take slaves themselves, even as we liberated their people from bondage. Their systems of slavery are far less prevalent than that of the Knolls and Raheni, however, so we will offer them a chance to do the right thing and end them of their own accord before forcing them to do it ourselves. Yeah, they must all be threatened of me. I don't know why. Reigns of the Free. It had been slow at first. After all, those who benefited from slavery were reluctant to rescind it, even as it became less profitable and more dangerous with Equestria right along the border. But with little choice and the Phoenix Empress making it clear this would be their only opportunity for a peaceful transition on their own accords, the kings all folded eventually. It would take time, as many things did, for the last trappings of enslavement to fade away, and for all the Mengi to be free once more. But Celestia was patient, and as long as they kept moving in the right direction, she could wait and keep her hooves off. Better a peaceful transition than one demanded at gunpoint. That was not why she was visiting the Mengi. She was here to see the great tower of Asmara, the Wezinmisig. There were many stone tablets inside to study, research on abjuration and transmutation, and methods of magical study. At least one would doubtlessly aid her quest in finding a portal back home. But there was something else, a great magical loom known as the Weather Weaver. It was never finished, the Nilenian matriarch accompanying her said as Celestia studied the massive loom. Riva was her name, if Celestia recalled correctly. Asmara was building it to help him with his field and weather spells. In Equestria, our weather were controlled with Pegasi, the Alicorn mused. Cloudsdale was famous for its weather factory, producing everything from snowflakes to rainbows. We scheduled rainfall, open skies, and the seasons themselves. Your world sounds like what a cloud mage could only dream of. The Mengi believe that rain is brought by their god Amalak. The harpy eyed Celestia with a sly grin. I'd almost say you're trying to be every deity's avatar. Celestia sputtered, and the harpy burst into full laughter. I'm not, she began before giving up. I only speak of the potential of controlling the weather like Equestria did. It could alleviate the suffering of countless across the land. Certainly, Riva agreed, and would take a lot of effort. Isn't your goal to return home? I doubt you could focus on such a task without being forced to put that aside for a time. Celestia frowned. The harpy was right, of course. She missed Equestria dearly, and that had to be her first priority. But still. So much potential, yet such little time to utilize it. Like a song on repeat happens 1 year. Little Riva. Little Riva. Doesn't have to deal with the pirates herself. You can just let this weird alicorn deal with it instead. Also, Mother probably doesn't get assassinated. Pretty good. Pretty good. All things considered. Huge W. Rot. Been taken. You just go on down to. You're gonna come fight these guys. Yeah, I know. Whatever. Fucking so-called free thinkers. Getting a 7% siege. Bozos. Hope it was worth it. No, my theologian died. Oh. You are a demon worshipping guy. I don't know if I really want you in charge. That being said, I do want the all power cost reduction. So, congrats, I guess. You get to stay. Look, some people just worship demons a little bit. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I fear that a Keta will show up. I fear. We must be fast. Can't a Knoll have hobbies? God forbid a man have hobbies, you know? Oh, can't build pyres anymore. Can't worship demons anymore. What's the point? Damn. Damn. Highway construction. Fine. Meta has fallen. Now we move to here. Am I stupid? Did I not take this? Did they take it back? Did I just walk away? Damn. Oh, oops. Oopsie daisies. Eterata is weird. It does that. What? It just unsieges by itself? Infrastructure projects. Finally, we finished building the Golden Highway. Golden Highway enjoyers rejoice. From Rasan to Davharal, it has been rebuilt. And don't worry, we'll keep building it probably. It's the cat. Well, one of them. You're telling me that there's a cat that just unsieges my provinces? Another reason to kill them all. Take them all out. Infrastructure projects. Though Celestia looks to ever greater horizons in her quest to return home, she has not forgotten her people and her responsibilities as the Phoenix Empress of Bulwar. Peace and freedom are one thing, but true prosperity for the people is just as important to her. To help the people of Bulwar, she has laid out an ambitious plan to rebuild the Golden Highway for the transit of both people and goods across the region, as well as investing in agriculture to ensure that food is plentiful. In addition, an extension of the highway through the land of the Mashnasih will lead to Edeshukuru, which will become our new Brasan in the Gulf of Rahen. Okay. More supply limit, more movement speed, more institution spread, and more trade power in a bunch of provinces. Farm estates now grant 20% local goods produced to provinces they are built in, as well as neighboring provinces. That's wild. That is wild. I guess that makes them worth building. Damn. Okay. Sure. Let me just make sure to build all those up. Serpent spine time. No, no, no. There's that, I guess. Our truce with Ayarashar is up. Do I start this with only 36,000 guys over here? Probably should. I can move these 27 guys over. I want to chill in Core Catarata first. That's true. Counterpoint. I like the declare war sound. I guess we get a 7% siege. It's only fair. Like a song on repeat. Matriarch Reva watched with some amusement from her perch at the Mengi down below in the city. Celestia couldn't be down here in Sarhal all the time, being the busy Phoenix Empress she was. That was why she had entrusted the task of making sure the end of slavery in the region went smoothly and, more important, actually occurred. Fortunately, slavery in the region, or fortunately for her, a vast majority of the Mengi kings had not lied when they agreed to give up their systems of slavery in return for peace. The few that did, well, she had plenty of methods to convince them otherwise. Nothing Celestia needed to worry about, of course. The slaves were a diverse crowd. Some were more Keterodans, like the ones the Empress had helped resettle a while back. They wanted to join their kin in the west, so Reva had sent the first Naleni scouts and sirens with them to ensure they would get there safely. But it was the others, the Mengi that had been enslaved by their own people, that amused Reva so. They had not attributed their newfound freedom to the simple act of charity or a desire to do the right thing. No, they believed it was divine intervention. The humans were utterly convinced that Celestia was a divine servant of Amalek who would come to liberate them in their time of need. You seem to just keep getting deified, don't you? Reva mused to herself from her perch. Enough to make any siren jealous, and without even bringing up the weather for once. Reva could just leave it there. It was an amusing religious phenomenon, nothing more, but the sirens were technically priestesses as well to plenty of the Mengi. Perhaps she could give a little encouragement to this, merely to encourage donations to the Naleni state, obviously. It was not a very good idea. Celestia would absolutely disapprove if she found out. She had no intentions of being made a deity of any kind, but she was already Suriel reborn to many, so it was one more to the Alicorn. Plus, being matriarch of a band of reformed pirates had become so boring. It had become her little secret. It seems everyone can agree on her divinity in some way. All Mengi nations will outlaw slavery. Every Mengi province where repatriation was not already occurred will lose a point of development. Celestia worship may spread to some of these provinces. They gain centers of reformation. Alright. I'll better start converting. Otherwise, you're on the chopping block. Dang. Alright, I did the funny bit of declaring the war. I kind of wish I didn't, though. But I feel like we're too far in now. Alright, that's a solid 59% war score. Heck up mill. You know what? Just for you. Hee hee. Noblesse oblige. All provinces in the Mother Sorrow River Province group are owned by me. The sheer hedonism and decadence of the Ket is astounding. They hold immense power over the lands of the Sorrow, yet use it for nothing but their pleasure at the detriment of all around them. Celestia has made it utterly clear that their behavior will not be tolerated, not when it threatens the people we have worked so hard to create better lives for. Once the entire Sorrow is ours, the Phoenix Empress herself will personally ensure that the Ket learn to use their powers for the benefit of everyone, not just themselves. To teach the unteachable. The Ket were, without a single doubt in Celestia's mind, the worst students she had ever been forced to take on personally. They were unruly, lazy, and too powerful for her to keep in line with threats effectively. They were certainly cowed by her, given how she was one of the few who could intentionally harm them, but using pain as a motivator was never something Celestia had any intention of doing. If she was to teach these demigods how to behave, she would do it the right way. They hated it, as any sane person would expect. After centuries of enjoying their decadence and luxury with no responsibilities attached, the idea of working for anything was completely foreign to them. But with Equestria in control of the entire Sorrow, there was nowhere they could go that Celestia couldn't reach. They were forced to deal with her, and she would not leave them alone until they did what she asked. There was no task without reward, but they were small at first. A week of helping rebuild homes and farms for a day of relaxation on the pleasure barges. They skirted any actual obligations, like no pony Celestia had met before. If they put as much effort into improving Catarata as they did trying to avoid putting in effort, Celestia was certain it would be a land to rival Equestria. But slowly, bit by bit, she taught them the value of moderation and how enjoying time off only meant something if it came after honest work. After weeks of no progress, Celestia was beginning to think they'd never learn. But then it happened. One day, she came across a Ket helping reroute the flow of the Sorrow for a struggling farm. It was something she had forced them to do before. What was special this time was that the Ket was doing it entirely of their own accord. It didn't notice Celestia's approach until she was almost right next to it, immediately flinching out of instinctual fear. "Did I do something wrong again this time?" it asked. "No," Celestia reassured the demigod. "Not at all. In fact, I'm proud of you for doing this all on your own." "Well, the trip down the Sorrow is tomorrow, right? I guess this isn't the worst thing to pass the time until then." The cat head scowled a bit. "But I'm starting to miss the humans being thankful to us. They've started to praise you more now." "Well, I'm sure that if you keep helping out, they'll be grateful to you again before you know it." Perhaps it wasn't the greatest reason for doing good, but it was a step in the right direction. One step at a time was all she could hope for. Every little bit of progress counts, especially when it comes to the Ket. Permanent claim in the Ketapura and Catarata regions. Just more claims. More claims. Keep going. Take more. Always more. That's fine. We've got a solid 344% overextension. And it will take a little over a year to complete. I've got a feeling we're going to see a lot of rebels. Okay, that's bullshit. There's no way there's actually 138,000 Ursma-happen separatists. Come on. Come on. I guess it is real, actually, because it stole all of the development out of here. It just leaves this region utterly devastated. Well. Prepare the troops. Hire the mercs. It's overextension time. Devastating rain as well. You can keep. Oh, we're actually running short on time here. How many? Oh my god. I mean, that's not too bad. We can live with that. Yeah, okay. So, getting promised war score cost reductions. Funny. Dealing with the consequences. Not so funny. Not laughing now. I'm not laughing now. But it's too late. We send it. It's got to set up that unhappiness reduction build you use for Tellum. Should be nice and quick, right? Yeah. Sure. It'll be super fast to get entire idea groups. Super. Easy stuff. Like all that tolerance to the true faith that I definitely have right now. I mean, that is the real problem, is that we don't have a lot of tolerance to the true faith. All these are fine. Even the Keteratan separatists are fine. 500,000 particularists are bad because they can rise up literally anywhere. I'll take a loan for that. Buvari is dying to Quebec Teleni. No, Buvari is attacking Quebec Teleni. This is going to drain the rest of our manpower, by the way. Sure. 5 ducats for each loan is crazy. Maybe we should switch over to human military. I'm thinking about it again. That is essentially like 10 years of no war, though. The thing. What tag is this? Jad. Kind of a weird looking Jad. Yeah, we're out of manpower already. Oof. Elf moment. Just go quantity. Quantity does not really solve the problem. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I'm just gonna harsh treat those away and pray. Pray that we have enough to make the difference. I could go after Buvari's capital here. Probably should. Well, no. I'm not in a rush. And I need manpower elsewhere for, like, other things. Like stuff and things. Ouch. Gonna get a general on that in time. Fortunate. Here, troll refugees, okay. Gonna fight this stack and then move up to there. Oh, that's stupid. Damn. Damn. We just gotta make it 10 more months. We're fine. We're so fine. We're so totally fine. Just have to make sure that we keep pouring stuff. I probably shouldn't have. All this is fine. Whack a rebel? Self-inflicted. Self-inflicted whack a rebel. Can't complain. Not allowed. It's not too much. Oh, huge, 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 huge. My friends saved the siege. How close are we to getting a parliament? Am I allowed to do that? Because I'd love to get a parliament right about now. No, we're a theocracy. Once again, more evidence that theocracies are bad. If you didn't already think that. That's just the key to elven manpower. Just simply have a parliament. Summon manpower out of the ether. Theocracy? Uh-huh. That's what I said. That's what I said. I'm gonna harsh treat that. Better safe than sorry. I don't know if I actually need to go over here. Go over there. I can stand until I take the actual stuff. Mercs. Well, I'll actually send the mercs up and around to deal with all that. You can come back to the Sorrow. I can send. Yeah. Bring him back. The mercs can go deal with these rebels. We might want to go after Eberthil next. They're of course allied to Vern, but I mean this is another big stack of land that I can take. Witch burnings. Yeah, who doesn't love to burn a witch every now and then? You know, as a treat. That sounds like friendship to me. Well, what's a witch burning between friends, really, when you think about it? Playing the next war already? Well, of course. Well, of course. I'm playing Jad. It's what you do. Okay, we're good. I thought that I might have forgotten about this. Honestly, we're not that far off. Only, look at that. That was plus 10 unrest from 300% overextension. That's not that bad. In fact, I would be bold enough to say that's pretty good. We can take a hell of a lot of land and not be punished. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying. Never punished. Now this is going to do nothing. Good times. Good times, good times. Ooh, need land from Bavaria as well. Yeah, I know. Need this state. Super rush this. I think it's the last bit of mill I can use. Ah, we're fine. Let's take all my hot cannons off this stack. I think it has much attrition over here in the jungles of the Haramari. Basically, walk in, look at a tree, and die. Essentially how that works. Over here, and Everthil, hello. I won't start. I'm not going to finish that war today. Fully annex Bluey in case they colonize. Yeah, this is a full annex. We're good. Do I actually need this state? Yeah, it's Kindi. Isn't that in the... Yep. Kindi, the Ascension Cape. I feel like I'm missing some other thing. Prukakar. Or Prukakin cannot exist. Ayarshar cannot exist. No, we're good. We're fine. Sometimes you zoom out after a bunch of E4 stuff and you go, right, this is Celestia. yeah, you know, that's valid. Sometimes you forget. Sometimes I just think we're playing Jad still. It ain't that different. Though we would already had our disaster. I fear that they've added a disaster and my life will be miserable. And I'll be very sad. And you know what? I'll say it. That would not be very friendship coded. Not very friendship coded if they add in a disaster. It's more dwarf coded. The Pony Darren. Oh, funny. More admin points, governing capacity, or governing reform progress, or money. I'll take. Walk you back here. I have too many admin points. Ooh, very. I don't know if I co-belligerize Bavaria. I don't really care. This is going to be very annoying to deal with rebel-wise, though. So I'm just going to go through and raise autonomy in all these provinces. And it's not going to be enough. We got boats, I guess. Now, do they have to be cored or just owned? Just owned. Right, and you are full annexed here. Get rid of your cores there. It is all mine, right? Not going to be annoying. More freedom from slavery. And that is the middlemen completed. Though the slave trade is largely over, the states that facilitated it remain in Rahin. As they refuse to see the error of their ways, it falls to us to stamp them out and ensure the past is never repeated. Such a move will also catch the attention of the Raj, where the slaves were ultimately sold to. Hopefully, the diplomatic prowess of our Empress will be enough to convince them to end the systems of oppression and servitude without needless conflict. That's what I think of. When I think of the Raj, I think of, yes, they're going to want to give up the way they organize the world. They love doing that. Negotiations gone wrong. The fact that the Reheni had even agreed to a meeting was an initial good sign. They had invited her to the Golden Palace itself in the great city of Denizar. It was a true wonder to behold, a magnificent construction of gold and brass displaying its dominance over the city below it. Even when seeing it from afar, Celestia instantly understood why it was the heart of the subcontinent. Perhaps she would have been more impressed if she did not already know it was built off the enslaved, its wealth taken from the people. The room of the meeting was nowhere near the Lotus Throne, which was surprising. Celestia would have thought the occupants would have used it as a display of dominance against her. Perhaps Andrelian's advice had been wrong, and they were truly here in good faith. He had still demanded to come with her and was still at her side, ever vigilant as the Haramari and Reheni diplomats filed into the room. The talks had started productive at first. There seemed to be an implied grudging agreement that slavery was no longer the profitable market that it used to be. They refrained from accusing her of making it that way, but she was sure they were aware. Discussion about the Reheni caste system, on the other hand, quickly broke down. Celestia did not quite understand the full workings of the system. She was, after all, the truest definition of a foreigner, but it did not take a keen eye to see the oppression it was used to justify. Please, ending the system does not mean the end of your traditions as well, the Alicorn pleaded. Keeping people bound to their occupations by birth only stifles their potential. Think of what your people could achieve if they weren't bound by the rules of castes. The lords all eyed each other, speaking in hushed tones. One particularly opulent Haramari stepped forward. Our philosophers will debate upon your words, he announced loudly. But for now, let us show you the hospitality you deserve here in Rahin. There was the sound of steel crashing against steel. Celestia looked to her side to see a sword 2 inches away from her neck, stopped only by Andrelian's own. Betrayal, he snarled, as he pulled Celestia back and took up a defensive stance in front of her. Kill her, the Haramari roared as nearly every creature drew some sort of weapon. Kill the Sun Empress, we will not suffer another Jahair. Instinctively, Celestia put up a shield wall to block the arrows and spells casted towards her and Andrelian. Her horn flashed with a brilliant light, causing the humans in Haramari to curse while rubbing their eyes. Finally, her horn glowed golden, and within seconds, both Andrelian and Celestia teleported away far beyond the outskirts of the city. That could have gone better. We gain a core on Denizar. Yeah, you know, friendship is nice and all, but like, Andrelian was definitely right. Just want to point that out. You should have listened to your boy Andrelian. He was on the ball with that one. Alright, so I guess the next war is the Raj. I mean, it's free, right? Like, what's the Raj gonna do to me? Nothing. We'll just take all of this in here for ourselves. But we also need to go to war with Eberthil. I mean, we can do both wars at the same time. Canor force limits have not inflated too much, so there's only about 30,000 each. Just this Merc stack should be able to hold them on these 2 mountains, if they do walk over. And then these stacks can take all of Eberthil. I mean, we're going to full annex Deshak here. We will need to go to war with Busalar as well, who is unfortunately allied to Wex, who is bankrupt. Average Wex economy. I am gaining a crazy amount of inflation, though. We got to keep bringing that back down. Been 63 ducats a month on that. Oof. Oof. Next missions. So tear down the old. We go take that. Gain permanent claims in the parts of the Rahin coast that is traditionally Raj territory. Gain permanent claims on a bunch of other areas as well. The greatest bread basket. All provinces in the Mother Sorrow province group have a manufactory. Total development has grown by at least 2. And Koroshesh has 30 development and a level 3 center of trade. Till the end of the game, we get minus 10% dev cost. All provinces in the Mother Sorrow River province group that have grain, cotton, sugar, or livestock get plus 200% trade value. All current and future friend states will gain development cost minus 10%. So, unfortunately, no. Not a manpower fixing problem. But that will take a little bit of time to get done. All Kedis nations in Sarhal have one of the following. They are a subject, they are threatened, and have 25 opinion, % gift, or they're allied, or they're dead. I think you all know which one we're going to choose. But not today. That's it for today. We will continue this tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah. Yes. Where we will continue to eat 1,000 development in one war. That was a pretty crazy war right there. 300% overextension, a bit too much. But up to 200% though, pretty much free. Like, we barely have any rebels here. These are just the regular rebels. So, pretty good. Also, to be fair, all the rebels already rose up, so they can't rise up again. 200% trade value with even more broken farm estates? True, with 20% more goods produced. Is it time to conquer Hellas again? When is it not time to conquer Hellas? Okay, it's always Hellas conquering time. Good news though. Command, currently 201% war score. It is almost 1550 though. But that's just printing press. And then we have until like 1600. We've got plenty of time. I don't know if they're actually going to ask us to do a world conquest. But it kind of feels like that's what they're getting towards. True heir of pony hair. Yeah. Jahair has nothing on us. That's going to be like 500% overextension. Yeah, that's true. But I'd rather deal with a bunch of rebels than fight the command over and over and over and over again. Fight troops now, fight troops later. Doesn't really matter when, right? We simply win. But I don't know if it'll actually ask us to take everything. It might just stop in Rahen. And when we take all of Northern Sarhal. All right, let's see here. Do we got any stuff and things? Stuff and things and things and stuff? Do actually. We got Laurenkar. Yo, real Laurenkar gameplay? Sure, I'll send you guys on over there to check out some Laurenkar game. I will be back tomorrow. I'll try to get this VOD up. I am going to be doing M5S tonight though, so if we get a quick clear, then VOD gets up earlier. That's just kind of the way it goes, right? So, yeah, you'll see the VOD in like 50 days because it will take us that long to do it. Alrighty, that's going to be it for today. I'd like to thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you the next one.